Tilbury Hill, Tomberry Hill, Block, Blumenfield, Bradford, Brownlee, Buchanan, Caballero, Calderon, Carter, Chesborough, Conway, Cook, Codo, Davis, De La Torre, De Leon, DeVore, Ing, Evans, Fuhr, Fletcher, Fong, Fuentes, Fuller, Furutani, Gaines, Galgiani, Garrick, Gatto, Gilmore, Hagman, Hall, Harkey, Hayashi, Hernandez, Hill, Huber, Huffman, Jeffries, Jones, Knight, Liu, Logue, Lowenthal, Ma, Mendoza, Miller, Monning, Nava, Nastande, Nilo, Nilsson, Norby, V. Manuel Perez, Portantino, Ruskin, Solis, Saldana, Silva, Skinner, Smythe, Solorio, Strickland, Swanson, Torlixon, Torres, Tarico, Tran, Valines, Yamada, Mr. Speaker.
Members,
Come down.
we are going to take concurrence items first, starting in order. So if your bills are up first, be prepared to be called first.
Otherwise, you go to...
A quorum is present. We ask our visitors in the rear of the chamber and in the gallery to please stand for the prayer. We ask our Assembly Chaplain, Father Constantine Papadimos, to offer the day's prayer.
Let us pray. Lord, your mercies are new every morning. You will never run out of compassion or forgiveness. That is why when we stray from you, you will accept us as long as we ask sincerely for your mercy. Lord, we thank you for hearing us and delivering us from all harm. We ask that you refresh and restore our soul today, granting us a new beginning. Amen.
We ask our guests and visitors to continue to stand and join us for the flag salute. Please join Assembly Member Brownlee as she leads us in the pledge. Ms. Brownlee. You may be seated. Reading of the previous day's journal.
Assembly of Chamber, Sacramento, Friday, August 28, 2010. The Assembly met at 9 a.m. Honorable Fiona Moss, Speaker Pro Tem of the Assembly, presiding. Chief Clerk E. Dotson Wilson at the desk. Assistant Clerk Timothy Moreland reading. The roll was called.
Mr. Calderon moves. Mr. Hagman seconds that the reading of the previous day's journal be dispensed with. Presentations of petitions, there are none. Introduction and reference of bills will be deferred. Reports of committees will be deemed read and amendments deemed adopted. Messages from the Governor, there are none. Messages from the Senate, there are none. Motions and resolutions. The absences for the day will be deemed read and printed in the journal. Mr. Calderon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request unanimous consent to allow Assembly Members Cotto and Huber to speak on adjourn in memory.
Without objection.
Also, request unanimous consent to allow Speaker Perez to have a guest at the Assembly desk.
Without objection.
Also, at the request of the author, I request unanimous consent to rescind the action of August 20th, whereby AB 1254 by Mr. Berryhill was referred to the Water Parks and Wildlife Committee, and to return the bill to unfinished business on the file.
Without objection.
Also, I request unanimous consent to waive the file notice requirements to allow the Health Committee to meet upon adjournment of session to hear AB 278, AB looks like AB 9. All right, AB 278, AB 1487, AGR 46.
Without objection.
Also, request unanimous consent to suspend the one-day waiting period on bills returned for concurrence in Senate amendments, specifically file items 42 through 66.
Without objection.
Also, I have a motion to waive the one-day file notice to take up bills that were amended on Friday, and I'm going to do that in a split motion.
Without objection.
There is a list of bills that the clerk has for which there is no objection to waiving the file notice. I would like the clerk to read those bills. We can take up the first bill and then substitute the roll.
Without objection. We're going to go through the approved list first.
Sorry?
We'll do that by unanimous consent. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2098, Senate Bill 847, Senate Bill 949, Senate Bill 945, Senate Bill 127, Senate Bill 877, Senate Bill 837, Senate Bill 1124, Senate Bill 253, Senate Bill 282, Senate Bill 579, Senate Bill 700, Senate Bill 1456, Senate Bill 1476, Senate Bill 1491, Senate Bill 390, Senate Bill 993, Senate Bill 1284, Senate Bill 1365, Senate Bill 1381, Senate Bill 1608, Senate Bill 1169, Senate Bill 1357, Senate Bill 1146, Senate Bill 550, Senate Bill 812, Senate Bill 1116, Senate Bill 1414, Senate Bill 1440, Senate Bill 1407, Senate Bill 501, Senate Bill 691, Senate Bill 76, and Senate Bill 1201.
Move to amend item 85.
Without objection. The one-day waiting rule.
Right. Do we need? I think we need a recorded vote, or can we just vote on all those altogether?
If there's no objection. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Then I move to waive the one-day file notice for all of the bills read by the clerk.
Without objection.
Which one's that?
Mr. Calderon.
Now the second half of the motion, the split motion, refers to a number of bills whereby there is objection to waiving the rule. The clerk has a copy. I would like him to read the bills and then move that we waive the one-day file period for those bills.
Without objection, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1131, Senate Bill 1149, Senate Bill 657, Senate Bill 1011, Senate Bill 399, Senate Bill 972, Senate Bill 817, Senate Bill 965, Senate Bill 970, Senate Bill 1237, Senate Bill 1329, Senate Bill 1399, Senate Bill 427, Senate Bill 1192, Senate Bill 1240, Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 346, Senate Bill 810, Senate Bill 1006, Senate Bill 1088, Senate Bill 1093, Senate Bill 1207, Senate Bill 1254, Senate Bill 1445, Senate Bill 1460, Senate Bill 1462, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 675, Senate Bill 722, Senate Bill 890, Senate Bill 918, Senate Bill 930, Senate Bill 1072, Senate Bill 1157, Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 1398, Senate Bill 1391, Senate Bill 991, Senate Bill 1340, Senate Bill 192, and Senate Bill 1203.
Move to waive the one-day file period for those bills.
Mr. Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do object to this rule waiver and request a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Hagman requests a roll call vote on the second set of bills. Mr. Calderon asks for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman requests a no vote. The motion is seconded by Mr. Fuhr. Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Calderon asks for an aye vote, and Mr. Hagman asks for a no vote to suspend the rules to allow the authors to take up the following bills today. Requires requires 40 votes. Mr. Calderon moves the call. Mr. Calderon.
And then finally, on the concurrence file, there are a number of bills I would wish to take up that I will identify by file number, and then do a substituted roll on those bills, and there is no objection. All right. I'll
Mr.
pass for the
Calderon.
moment.
Okay, so members, all bills on the concurrence file item 1 through 68 is eligible to be taken up today. We're going to go to business on the daily file. Clerk will read. File item 1, AB 1775. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1775 by Assemblymember Furutani, an act relating to public schools.
Mr. Furutani, passed temporarily. File item 2, AB 1809. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1809 by Assemblymember Smythe, an act relating to home inspections.
Mr. Smythe, passed temporarily. File item 3, AB 2531. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2531 by Assemblymember Fuentes, an act relating to redevelopment.
Mr. Fuentes.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. AB 1315 ensures adequate participation by the Public Utilities Commission in federal proceedings that affect telecommunications competition in California. Senate amendments removed prescriptive language and made some technical changes. The bill received no votes in the Senate. I ask for your concurrence in Senate amendments.
Mr. Norby.
This is AB 2531, right, Madam Chair?
Correct. Mr. Norby? Yes. File item 3, AB 2531.
I'm sorry, I'm not. It's 1315 that I'm ready to go.
Okay, pass temporarily on file item 3. File item 4, AB 177. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 177 by Assemblymember Ruskin, an act relating to public contracts.
Mr. Ruskin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill has support from both sides, as I understand. The Senate amendments allow the Department of General Services to better administer the enhanced penalties and sanctions contained in this bill. This bill in general seeks to counter the fraudulent activities of those who would seek to be considered disabled veterans business enterprises when they do not really fit that description. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 50, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 5, AB 184. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 184 by Assembly Member Block, an act relating to special education and declaring an urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Mr. Block.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. AB 184 is about correcting a mistake. Because of an oversight in the 2009-10 Budget Act, the California Department of Education started taking back from many school districts 2009-10 Special Disabilities Adjustment funding that had already been budgeted for schools. This has left districts scrambling to cope with unexpected cash shortages and budget revisions after they had already closed their books for 2009-10. AB 184, which was amended in the Senate to address this issue, authorizes the California Department of Education to restore the Special Disabilities Adjustment funding for 2009-10. Since these funds had already been appropriated in the 9-10 budget, there are no additional costs to the state. In addition, this bill extends the SDA allocation formula through the 2010-11 fiscal year. Funding for the 2010-11 year is proposed in the 2010 budget. The bill and language mirror what was adopted in the Budget Conference Committee on the issue. Until a budget is finalized, in the absence of this bill, the funding uncertainty could obligate some districts to lay off employees in order to meet county office solvency requirements. And we must not let that happen. Again, this is just correcting a mistake. The bill, supported by many school districts and educational organizations, has received broad bipartisan support without any no votes. I respectfully request an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. This requires 54 votes. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Block moves the call. File item 6, AB 677. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 677 by Assembly Member Solorio, an act relating to public works.
Mr. Solorio.
Retain on this one?
Pass and retain. File item 7, AB 1315. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1315 by Assembly Member Fuentes, an act relating to telecommunications.
Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. AB 1315 ensures adequate participation by the PUC in federal proceedings that affect telecommunications competition in California. Senate amendments removed prescriptive language and made some technical changes. The bill has received no votes in the Senate. I ask for your concurrence in Senate amendments.
We have to pass temporarily on this bill. Mr. Fuentes, I apologize. Do we have a floor manager for ACR 103, file item 8? Okay, it appears that I need to do a procedural motion. Pursuant to Assembly Rule 77.2, I am re-referring the following bills to committee. File item 10, AB 278, Monning to Health. File item 14, AB 814, Hill, to Elections and Redistricting. File item 17, AB 1280, Felines, to the Rules Committee. File item 43, AB 471, Nava, to Judiciary. File item 37, AB 2554, Brownlee, to Local Government. File item 141, SB 837, Flores, to Rules. File item 117, SB 1131, Calderon, to Rules. File Item 123, SB 1011, Calderon to rules. File Item 134, SB 972, Walk to Judiciary. File Item 89, SB 847, Steinberg to Education. File Item 163, SB 1192, Oropeza to Judiciary. File Item 172, SB 1476, Padilla to Utilities and Commerce. File Item 204, SB 1145, Desaunier to Appropriations. File Item 207, SB 608, Alquest to Health. File Item 227, SB 890, Alquest to Health. File Item 219, SB 220, Yee to Health. File Item 223, SB 722, Simidian to Rules. File Item 232, SB 1072, Calderon to Governmental Organization. File Item 238, SB 7, Romero to Rules. File Item 240, SB 1398, Desaunier to Local Government. File Item 165, SB 253, Wyland to Rules. File Item 255, SB 192, Hancock to Rules. File Item 256, SB 691, Yee to Appropriations. And finally, File Item 258, SB 1203, Desaunier to Rules. Mr. Calderon.
Yes, Madam Speaker, when I moved earlier to waive file notice requirements to allow Health Committee to meet upon adjournment of session and to hear a number of bills, there was one bill I left off simply because I could not read the handwriting. I've now verified what that bill number was, and I want to make a motion as it relates to that bill now, AB 564 by Port and Tino. I move to waive the one-day file notice so they can be heard upon adjournment of session in the Health Committee.
Without objection.
And also, if it pleases you, Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to take up item 8 for the Speaker.
Okay, so let's do File Item 8, ACR 103. Clerk will read.
Assembly concurs Resolution 103 by Assemblymember John A. Perez relative to the Los Angeles County Deputy Sheriff Juan Abel Escalante Memorial Highway.
Mr. Calderon.
Yes, ACR 103 designates a specified portion of the State Highway Route 101 in Los Angeles County as the Los Angeles County Deputy Sheriff Juan Abel Escalante Memorial Highway. He gave up his life for his state. He's was an exemplary deputy, served in the armed services, received the National Defense Service Medal, fought the war on terrorism, and received the Army Achievement Medal. The sign has minimum cost and will be paid by donations. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 51, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File Item 9, AB 41. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 41 by Assemblymember Solorio, an act relating to insure investments.
Mr. Solorio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The Senate amendments clarify the manner in which insurance companies shall review and file their company's policy statement on community development investments. The Senate amendments also add language to avoid a chaptering out problem with another bill, AB 1011 by Assemblymember Jones. There is no opposition to the bill, and I ask for your aye vote today.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Solorio moves the call. File Item 11, AB 498. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 498 by Assemblymember Hayashi, an act relating to vehicles.
Ms. Hayashi, passed temporarily. File Item 12, AB 674. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 674 by Assemblymember Salas, an act relating to criminal procedure.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 674 is back for concurrence. Senate amendments reduce any potential cost. This measure is support on both sides, and I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 55, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 13, AB 702. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 702 by Assemblymember Sollis, an act relating to housing and community development and declaring an urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Passed up.
Madam Speaker, I'm
Ms.
passing
Salas.
on this.
Passed temporarily. File item 15, AB 1048. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1048 by Assemblymember Tarico, an act relating to child protection.
Mr. Tarico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, good afternoon. AB 1048 is a bill that I've been working on for several years, brought about because of the tragic death of a newborn baby that was left in a garbage can next to a Jack-in-the-Box in my hometown. For the last several years, I've sent different variations of this bill to the governor. The last 3 have been vetoed. This bill, I hope, will be signed. It simply takes the findings of a state audit report that I requested 2 years ago and puts them into legislation to make sure that more young mothers understand their options when they have a young baby that's unwanted, an unwanted pregnancy, that their options include adoption, include leaving the baby at a fire station or emergency room for up to 3 days with no questions asked, allows for all of these options. There should never be any other incident in California where a young baby is left to die in a garbage can, in an open field, in a motel room, as has happened too many times. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on this measure.
Ms. Harkey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I support this bill strongly. There are a lot of co-authors on our side of the aisle, and it's for a very simple reason. Innocent life should not be disposed of, and children having children is more common these days. They get frightened, things happen, and we end up with children being disposed of in a criminal fashion. So I appreciate any effort to preserve this innocent life and to help the young mothers. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 16, AB 1088. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1088 by Assemblymember Fletcher, an act relating to veterans.
Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1,500 of our state's aged and disabled veterans call one of our 3 veterans' homes their place of residence. 5 new homes are set to open in the next few years. 2 of them have already had construction. 3 are completed. Budget cuts that have gone across the state have stretched the small budgets that these veterans' homes have, making it difficult on our veterans. This legislation will create the California Veterans Home Fund checkoff form on your income tax, will allow Californians to voluntarily give a few dollars of their own money to this worthy and worthwhile cause. We owe our veterans the very best, and this bill will take a small step in the direction of helping our most elderly veterans. I would request your support.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 18, AB 1593. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1593 by Assemblymember Yamada, an act relating to adult day health care centers.
Ms. Yamada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Senate amendments add Senate Health Committee Chair Elaine Ahlquist as a co-author. I am proud to jointly author this bill with Assemblymember Steve Knight. AB 1593 provides a very narrow and limited exemption to the existing moratorium on adult day health centers for Medi-Cal certification to address returning veteran services in 2 veterans' homes co-located in Lancaster and Ventura. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on concurrence and would yield to Mr. Knight as well for additional comments.
Mr. Knight.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I appreciate Assemblymember Mariko Yamada's comments. The Lancaster home is up and running. We have 18 members, and by 2011, the ADHC funds will open and help out all of our veterans in the area for Ventura and Lancaster. And this is an honorable bill, and this should be passed through.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 19, AB 1601. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1601 by Assemblymember Hill, an act relating to vehicles.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill gives the state of California a historic opportunity to take repeat DUI offenders off the road. In 2008, over 1,000 people were killed by drunk drivers in the state, and another 28,000 were injured. AB 1601 does not go as far as a lot of us would like it to go, but it will allow us to take 10,000 repeat DUI offenders off the road each year for up to 10 years, a major victory for public safety. Senate amendments were technical. AB 1601 authorizes judges to revoke a license for 10 years for persons convicted of 3 or more DUIs in a 10-year period. Current law only allows for a license revocation period of 3 years for someone with 3 or more DUIs. I ask for your aye vote on concurrence.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 20, AB 1757. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1757 by Assemblymember Monning, an act relating to veterans.
Mr. Monning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 1757 is the bill to establish a veterans cemetery at the former Fort Ord. It's received bipartisan support in both houses. Minor amendments in the Senate to add co-authors to the bill. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 58, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Also pursuant to Assembly Rule 77.2, I am re-referring file item 7, AB 1315 by Fuentes to the Utilities and Commerce Committee. File item 21, AB 1758. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1758 by Assemblymember Amiano, an act relating to public social services.
Mr. Amiano.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. AB 7058 is a simple, cost-effective measure that eliminates the pilot status of the existing wraparound services program, which allows seriously emotionally disturbed children to stay safely in their own homes rather than placing them in a costly residential treatment facility. The amendments taken in the Senate clarify existing law and will prevent any potential unintended consequences for children receiving wraparound services when the pilot status of the program is removed. It has received unanimous bipartisan support and has no opposition. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 61, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 22, AB 1760. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1760 by Assemblymember Blumenfield, an act relating to transportation.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Madam Chair and members, I'm asking for concurrence in Senate amendments for AB 1760. The amendments taken in the Senate simply list the number of design sequencing projects to 5. They limit it to 5. Establish an earlier sunset date of 2014 and streamline the reporting requirements. This is a bipartisan measure that has received no votes. I respectfully ask for your concurrence in Senate amendments.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 61, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 23, AB 1788. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1788 by Assemblymember Yamada, an act relating to water.
Ms. Yamada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 1788 returns to us on concurrence in Senate amendments. It is a flood protection bill that will provide additional resources for disadvantaged communities, thus enabling them to participate fully in Proposition 1E funds. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on concurrence.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 61, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 25, AB 1829. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1829 by Assemblymember Cook and Act relating to military decorations.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, Assemblymember Fletcher, for presenting a bill where I can have a home where, I can retire to. And Bill, Assemblymember Monning, I want to thank you for having a burial site at Fort Ord. Very, very great bills. And this other one here is to make sure that all the visitors, the military visitors there, have the right uniform and the decorations that they actually rate. This is a number of years ago, I authored AB 282, which prohibits individuals with the intent to defraud from falsely claiming receipt of military awards or declarations. AB 1829, the intent is to strengthen the law, making it a misdemeanor rather than an infraction as it stands now. An important point is that it differs from the Federal Stolen Valor Act in a very important way. For somebody to be convicted under state law, there has to be the intent, or there has to be the intent to defraud. Any costs would be negligible. Amendments in the Senate were technical in nature and resolve chaptering out issues with other. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 62, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 26, AB 1985. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1985 by Assemblymember Galgiani, an act relating to the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
Ms. Galgiani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 1985 relates to electronic claims management for the prison healthcare system. It's sponsored by the Receiver's Office and is part of the Receiver's Bill package to help achieve the $820 million cut to the prison healthcare budget next year. In the past, California Prison Healthcare Services has had to rely on a paper-based system to pay the immense number of claims it receives from outside healthcare providers. As a result, the department has struggled to ensure timely and accurate payments, often resulting in erroneous duplicate payments and late payment penalties. As amended in the Senate, AB 1985 would require the department to use an industry-standard electronic claims management system to pay its healthcare provider bills and to perform periodic audits. This will result in a savings of at least $5 to $10 million a year with this bill. There's no opposition. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 56, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 27, AB 2063. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2063 by Assemblymember Huffman, an act relating to fish.
Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a bill that passed out of this House on consent. It took some technical amendments, largely technical amendments in the Senate, and comes back to us after receiving bipartisan support from that House. It's a modest bill, but an important bill, and it does three basic things. First, it expresses a state goal to restore Chinook salmon to sustainable levels sufficient to support both recreational and commercial, as well as tribal fisheries again within a decade. It articulates legislative intent that the Department of Fish and Game work with both public and private partners to bring best available science to bear toward this goal. And finally, it names Chinook salmon as the official anadromous fish of the state of California to help educate the public about the importance of salmon as respects our environment, economy, history, and culture. I respectfully request an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 51, noes 9. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 28, AB 2068. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2068 by Assemblymember Hill, an act relating to expungement standards.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 2068 has received bipartisan support in both houses. The amendments made in the Senate were technical and added chaptering out language. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on the concurrence of the amendments taken in the Senate.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Hill moves the call. File item 29, AB 2089. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2089 by Assemblymember Cotto, an act relating to American Indian education programs.
Mr. Cotto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill extends the sunset of California's American Indian education centers until 2017 and broadens the pool eligible to serve on the American Indian Education Oversight Committee. Members, the Senate amendments are technical in nature. It has received no votes. I respectfully request your concurrence.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Aye 63, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 30, AB 2248. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2248 by Assemblymember Hernandez, an act relating to emergency medical care.
Dr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill specifically asks counties to provide additional information on their currently required annual report on the Maddie Emergency Medical Service Fund. The Maddie Emergency Medical Service Fund was created to provide reimbursement to physicians and hospitals for treating uninsured patients receiving emergency care services in the hospitals. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Aye 62, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 31, AB 2397. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2397 by Assemblymember Solorio, an act relating to workers' compensation.
Mr. Solorio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 2397 is a simple bill. It says that a public agency can extend the amount of time off with pay that an injured public safety officer may receive. It would be 100% the discretion of the public agency. The Senate amendments clarify that the discussions to extended time off would occur through collective bargaining. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on concurrence in the Senate amendments.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 44, no 6. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 32, AB 2408. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2408 by Assemblymember Smythe, an act relating to state government information technology.
Mr. Smythe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Here to present AB 2408. This bill codifies the provisions of the governor's reorganization plan number 1, which created the Office of State Chief Information Officer in its current form. This legislation took effect in May of 2009, but while it changed the law, they do not change the actual statute, and this bill is required to do that, and that's why we're here today. It simply implements statutory changes, and this reorganization will improve the efficiency of our state IT operations by doing things like moving California state agencies from over 100 separate email systems to just a few. Amendments taken in the Senate simply removed opposition from the constitutional officers, allowing them to opt in as opposed to being mandated. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 60, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 33, AB 2448. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2448 by Assemblymember Furutani, an act relating to public contracts.
Mr. Furutani, passed temporarily. File item 34, AB 2453. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2453 by Assemblymember Tran, an act relating to oil and gas.
Mr. Tran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 2453 is a result of negotiations with interested parties to ensure that all parties involved are represented and protected in the appeals process regarding regulatory orders issued by the Department of Conservation. This bill seeks to address a California Appeals Court ruling in Thermal versus Luther that there are deficiencies in the current appeals process. AB 2453 corrects these deficiencies. Respectfully ask for your aye vote on concurrence.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Aye 62, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 35, AB 2458. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2458 by Assemblymember Saldana, an act relating to taxation.
Ms. Saldana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. AB 2458 extends the due date for late penalty payments by 60 days to help small businesses experiencing financial hardships. The amendments clarify that the bill applies to small businesses with total income less than $500,000. The bill has no opposition and bipartisan support. I ask for your concurrence.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Aye 62, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 36, AB 2478. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2478 by Assemblymember Mendoza, an act relating to school safety.
Mr. Mendoza.
Madam Speaker, members, I'm here to bring back AB 2478, which gives school administrators and local law enforcement the authority to address disruptions that threaten the physical safety of school children in preschool, elementary school, or middle school while they are coming to, leaving from, or attending school. The amendments taken in the Senate basically specify the grades to be 1 through 8. It has enjoyed bipartisan support, and I respectfully ask for your concurrence vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 59, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 38, AB 2575. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2575 by Assemblymember Chesbro, an act relating to resources.
Mr. Chesbro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I come from a district where for many decades we've had what we call the timber wars, and many of my predecessors in the legislature were very fond of quoting whoever said it the last time, all my constituents love trees. The only trouble is half of them like them standing up and the other half like them laying down. I'm pleased to stand before you today and tell you that we're beginning to see the end of the timber wars. I have a bill that's endorsed not only by the Forestry Association, representing California's forest industry, but by the Sierra Club. So we're taking steps in the direction of finding that middle ground for sustainable forestry that we've been looking for so long. AB 2575 provides guidance to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection and the Board of Forestry during its implementation of pilot projects to assess the cumulative impacts of timber harvest operations on a given watershed. Senate amendments clarify that the department implement the pilot project on state forest land only when a private landowner is not willing to undertake a pilot project on private lands. I've been able to remove all opposition from the bill, and AB 2575 is now uniquely supported by both the Forestry Association, the Sierra Club, as well as Forests Forever and numerous individuals throughout the state. I respectfully request your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Chesbro moves the call. File item 39, AB 2581. AB 2581. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2581 by Assemblymember Bradford, an act relating to bank development districts.
Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 2581 seeks to implement banking development districts to ensure that more Californians enter the financial mainstream and build savings through participating banks and credit unions, offering and marketing reasonably priced transactional loans and credit products. Currently, there are 1.5 million Californians unbanked. Many of these folks are minorities in rural neighborhoods as well. Senate amendment to make the Department of Financial Institutions the reasonable state agency to administer the Banking Development District program. Additional technical amendments were done to the bill. AB 2581 has wide support from the California Bankers Association, California's Credit Union League, Lieutenant Governor's Commission for Economic Development, and others. I respectfully ask for your concurrence on the amendments.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Bradford moves the call. File item 40, AB 2663. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2663 by Assemblymember Bonnie Lowenthal, an act relating to local government.
Ms. Lowenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 2663 is the bill that brings fairness to 5 California cities on the federal fiscal year when the state needs to borrow local funds in an emergency. It delays borrowing from these few cities until the start of their fiscal year on October 1st. Senate amendments limit the bill so that it only covers the borrowing of highway user tax account funds. This bill passed off the floor with 73 yes votes and out of the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 58, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 41, AB 2698. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2698 by Assemblymember Block, an act relating to public social services.
Mr. Block.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. AB 2698 seeks to reduce the devastating impact of identity theft on foster youth by checking the foster youth's credit report within a year of their 16th birthday. Anything suspect on the credit disclosure can be corrected before the youth ages out of the system. There are no significant costs associated with this measure, and it has received bipartisan support in both houses. Amendments taken in the Senate strengthened and clarified provisions in the bill and reduced the roles and responsibilities of the Department of Social Services. This bill has not received any no votes. I ask for your support.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 61, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 42, AB 354. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 354 by Assemblymember Arambula, an act relating to vaccinations.
Mr. Arambula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm pleased to present Assembly Bill 354. Pertussis, commonly known as whooping cough, is the only disease that still remains widespread in California despite high levels of early childhood vaccination. The amendments taken in the Senate expedite the vaccine booster requirement for 7th graders. The bill has broad bipartisan support. It's supported by the California Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the California Immunization Coalition. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on concurrence on Senate amendments and would invite the bill's principal co-author, Mr. Fletcher, to also share some comments.
Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm pleased to be a joint author of AB 354, a bill that will bring the current epidemic of whooping cough under control. This year alone, California has recorded over 2,500 cases of pertussis. It has forced the closure of schools. It has cost the state of California millions of dollars, and tragically, it has brought about the death of 8 infants. AB 354 will implement the most current immunization recommendations from the Center for Disease Control's Federal Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. It has broad bipartisan support and is urgently needed to help bring this epidemic to an end. I would request your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 62, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. item 45, AB 939. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 939 by the Assembly Committee on Judiciary and Act relating to family law proceedings.
Mr. Fuhr.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a non-controversial family law bill. It's back on concurrence. It has received no negative votes so far. It's a bipartisan bill. It seeks to implement key reforms proposed by what's called the Elkins Commission, which was formed to improve the family law process for all litigants. Senate amendments simply add important reforms to ensure due process as the reforms are implemented, and I urge your aye vote on concurrence.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 58, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 46, AB passed temporarily. File item 47, AB 1709. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1709 by Assembly Member Conway, an act relating to biologics.
Ms. Conway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Amendments taken for AB 1709 in the Senate further outline the transition and duties of the California Department of Food and Agriculture to ensure that necessary vaccines remain available for California livestock industries. These amendments were agreed upon by all stakeholders. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 48, AB 1770. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1770 by Assembly Member Galgiani, an act relating to vital records.
Ms. Galgiani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 1770 is sponsored by the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors and would generate a much-needed funding stream for the Stanislaus Family Justice Center, a one-stop center to help victims of family violence and abuse. The passage of AB 1770 will provide the county with the authority to raise vital records fees by $2. The county plans to allocate all revenue generated by these funds to the Family Justice Center. The Senate amendments were merely technical and clarifying. The specific authority is already authorized for Sonoma, Alameda, and Solano, and Stanislaus County is seeking similar authority in order. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Ms. Galgiani moves the call. File item 49, AB 1834. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1834 by Assembly Member Solorio, an act relating to water.
Mr. Solorio.
Madam Speaker and members, this bill deals with water capture. We're trying to encourage more residences and businesses to capture rainwater on site. We do have a stakeholder process to look at issues in these areas. It would be by public agencies. I ask for your concurrence in the Senate amendments.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 58, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 50, AB 1905. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1905 by Assembly Member Cook, an act relating to foster care.
Colonel Cook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. AB 1905 will help foster children placed with approved relative caregivers by making certain that AFDC, that's Aid to Families with Dependent Children, payments continue even if a county has not assessed the home that year. Currently, if a county does not assess a home within a year, these payments must cease, which causes financial hardship for everyone involved. Senate amendments establish conditions on the approval, payments for relative caregiver homes, pending the annual visit to ensure the quality of care provided. There are no significant costs associated with the bill, and I ask for, and it has bipartisan support. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 59, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 51, AB 1931. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1931 by Assemblymember Tirico, an act relating to injury prevention.
Mr. Tirico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. AB 1931 deletes the sunset on the Roman Reed Spinal Cord Injury Research Act and eliminates the fund, instead authorizing the University of California to establish a fund to accept public and private funds for the purpose of supporting spinal cord injury research. Senate amendments delete the sunset and revise the separation of the Spinal Cord Injury Research Fund for state budgeting purposes. Respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 63, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 52, AB 2111. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2111 by Assemblymember Smythe, an act relating to service contracts.
Mr. Smythe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill is an effort to improve consumer protection in the area of service contracts and makes several changes to existing law regarding the regulation of service contracts for vehicles and consumer products here in California. These changes clarify ambiguity in current law and create consistency between California and other states. This is a consumer protection measure that is sponsored by the Service Contract Industry Council and brings California's law more in line with the Model Act created by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. We've had bipartisan support. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 65, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 53, AB 2191. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2191 by former Assemblymember Emerson, presented by Assemblymember Cook, an act relating to the healing arts.
Colonel Cook. Passed temporarily. File item 54, AB 2213. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2213 by Assemblymember Fuentes, an act relating to telecommunications.
Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill represents the law catching up with technology by making definitional changes in California's Lifeline program to complement an open proceeding at the Public Utilities Commission. Senate amendments were technical in nature. The bill has received unanimous support in both houses and left this House on consent in June. I respectfully ask for your concurrence in Senate amendments.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 63, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 55, AB 2229. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2229 by Assemblymember Brownlee, an act relating to child abuse reporting.
Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Existing law requires at least 3 team members convene before confidential information can be shared for children who are victims of abuse and taken into protective custody. Nurses, social workers, and law officers complain that valuable time is lost while responding to an emergency child abuse problem while trying to locate a 3rd team member. AB 2229 will allow investigative teams to be 2 or more people and would ensure the safety of a child in danger is the top priority. The amendments taken in the Senate were minor and clarifying. The bill has enjoyed bipartisan support in both the Assembly and the Senate and has no opposition. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 65, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Cook, are you taking all of Dr. Emerson's bills?
Yes, but the only statement I have right now is for item 44.
File item 58, AB 2305. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2305 by Assemblymember Knight, an act relating to contractors.
Mr. Knight.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
AB 2305 simply extends a sunset on a program that encourages worker safety while maintaining an equal playing field for the roofing contractor industry. California's roofing industry has been among the highest workers' compensation rates in the state. The nature of the work requires considerable investment in order to ensure the protection and safety of workers and contractors. Members, AB 2305 is supported by business and labor, and I ask for your concurrence.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 59, AB 2340. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2340 by Assemblymember Monning, an act relating to employee rights.
Mr. Monning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 2340 is legislation regarding a worker's right to bereavement leave. There were amendments taken in the Senate. They were minor technical amendments. Under current law, an employee is entitled to take leave in order to care for a family member who is dying under the Family Medical Leave Act and the California Family Rights Act. However, once the family member has died, the worker has no right to attend funeral services or other memorial services. This bill would create that right for workers in California up to 3 days unpaid bereavement leave. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Monning moves the call. File item 60, AB 2435. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2435 by Assemblymember Bonnie Lowenthal, an act relating to elder and dependent adult abuse.
Ms. Lowenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just like other health care providers, marriage and family therapists, social workers, psychologists, and licensed clinical counselors are mandated reporters for elder and dependent adult abuse. This bill requires these licensees to have training on the recognition and reporting of suspected abuse. The goal of this bill is not to place additional requirements on licensees, but instead to codify in state law the existing education and training on elder and dependent adult abuse recognition and reporting. The amendments taken in the Senate were technical and clarifying in nature. There is no opposition, and I respectfully request your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 52, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 61, AB 2457. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2457 by Assemblymember Salas, an act relating to financial literacy.
Ms. Salas.
Madam Speaker and members, AB 2457 is back for concurrence. AB 2457 establishes the California Financial Literacy Fund and authorizes the state controller to accept and use contributions for financial literacy training purposes in California. Senate amendments were technical in nature, and I ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Norby.
I'd question the timing of this, Madam Speaker. I think a bill like this is much better taken up after we have a balanced budget where we can set an example for this, or take it up next year. But for us to set up some kind of voluntary financial literacy fund under state sponsorship with the current situation we're in, I don't think speaks to the credibility of this fund.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Ms. Salas, you may close.
Thank you very much. There is absolutely no cost to the general fund. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 11. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 62, AB 2613. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2613 by Assemblymember Bell, an act relating to local government.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, existing law does not allow local agencies to make up unpaid administrative fines for property-related code violations and a special assessment against the property. AB 2613 permits hearing officers the ability to combine administrative fines and nuisance abatement processes, making it simpler. The amendments taken in the Senate narrow the bill to only apply towards property code violations that relate to public health and safety. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Bell moves the call. File item 66, AB 2763. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2763 by Assembly Committee on Judiciary and Act relating to courts.
Mr. Fuhr.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a non-controversial Judiciary Committee bill. It has no opposition. It simply would allow for the conversion of 10 subordinate judicial officers to the position of judge upon the approval of the legislature. I urge your concurrence in Senate amendments.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 54, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. File item 68, ACR 174. Clerk will read.
Assembly concurred Resolution 174 by Assembly Member Ng relative to the Roberto Bobby Salcido Memorial Highway.
Mr. Ng, pass temporarily. Pursuant to Assembly Rule 77.2, I am re-referring file item 13, AB 702 Solace to Housing, and file item 85, AB 2098 Miller to Appropriations. Also, by unanimous consent, I rescind the previous action whereby Assembly Bill 1280 was referred to the Rules Committee and order the bill returned to concurrence without objection. So ordered. We're going to go to third reading bills. We need to lift the call on the motion to suspend the rules. Clerk will post. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Calderon asked for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman asked for a no vote. This requires 40 votes, members. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 41, noes 23. Motion to suspend the rules to allow the authors to take up the bills are allowed. File item 86, ACR 183. Clerk will read.
Assembly concurred Resolution 183 by Assembly Member Fletcher relative to California Adoption Month.
Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, each year in California, adoption and state family service agencies work tirelessly to place thousands of California children into good homes. Today, more than 1.5 million families across the U.S. have been blessed with the opportunity to provide love and support to these children. 6 out of every 10 Americans have a connection to someone who's benefited from adoption. Currently in California, there are 18,000 children in the foster care system that are waiting for an adoptive family to give them a permanent and loving home. In addition to what happens domestically, countries around the world have children who are in need of homes. By recognizing November 2010 as California Adoption Month, ACR 183 seeks to honor the wonderful blessing that is adoption, to honor those who work so hard in this process, and to raise the awareness of the issue in hopes that more families out there may benefit from the absolute joy of the adoptive process. I would request your aye vote.
We can take a voice vote on this item. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The measure is adopted. File Item 124, SB 21. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 21 by Senator Simidian, an act relating to fishing.
Mr. Huffman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually presented this bill late last week. I'm sure all of you, because you were wrapped with attention, remember all the details. But before we called a vote, it was pulled back. So at this point, I'm just reminding you that the Ocean Protection Council a few years ago made recommendations about addressing the scourge of derelict fishing gear. This is a modest but important bill by Senator Simidian that will align the efforts of the OPC with other private and public efforts underway to try to get this very damaging abandoned fishing gear out of our oceans to protect marine life. And I respectfully request your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Huffman moves a call. Okay, members, we're just going to go in order. We're going to call them, and if you're not ready to take it up, let us know, pass and retain or pass temporarily. File Item 125, SB 399. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 399 by Senator Yin, act relating to sentencing.
Mr. Fuentes. Pass temporarily. File Item 126, SB 945. Clerk. File Item 1. File Item 127, SB 1350. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1350 by Senator Kehoe, an act relating to public lands.
Mr. Chesbro? Are you ready on this measure? Pass temporarily. File Item 128, SB 1355. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1355 by Senator Wright, an act relating to child support.
Mr. Calderon.
Yes, Madam Speaker and members, this bill simply provides that the obligation of anyone ordered to pay child support is suspended for a period of time in which a person was ordered to pay support. He's incarcerated or institutionalized for 90 days or more. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions, or to Ms. Harkey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I think this is really a bad bill. If somebody's incarcerated, you know, to put the custodial parent in a bad position here, you know, they should be able to pay their child support. They ought to go work and make their child support. It's not the custodial parent's problem or the child who is not receiving the support. It's not their problem that the person is incarcerated. I don't think we should be allowing this. I think that it's very, very important that children be taken care of, that child support payments get made, and that there be no suspension of this. Thank you. I vote no.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Mr. Calderon, you may close.
Yes, Madam Speaker, members, this is a bill that implements a recommendation from the 2003 Urban Institute study on collection of child support arrears. That study found that California has more than 2 million men and women prisoners who run up child support arrears in jail. As a result, they leave jail poor, without work, owing more than $14,000 on average, which contributes to their recidivism, lost contact with the child, and lowers our state collection rate. This bill is actually designed to help all the families. I ask for an aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Calderon moves a call. File item 129, SB 1406. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1406 by the Senate Committee on Banking and Finance and Insurance, an act relating to insurance.
Mr. Eng. Pass and retain. File item 130, SB 885. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 885 by Senator Corbett, an act relating to gift certificates.
Mr. Eng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. SB 885 will bar the use of dormancy fees on gift cards. As you know, dormancy fees can be assessed when a card has not been used for 24 months. This bill will enhance consumer rights by ensuring that the unused gift card is not whittled away by fees. The author worked with the opposition members, and most, if not all, of the stakeholders have removed their opposition with the amendments that were accepted on Wednesday. Respectfully request an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Eng moves the call. File item 132, SCR 83. Clerk will read.
Senate concurrent resolution 83 by Senator Negrete McLeod, an act relative to memorial highways.
Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SCR 83 would designate a portion of State Route number 60 in Chino as the Russell M. Miller Senior Memorial Highway, and a portion of State Route 83 in Chino as the Correctional Officer Jesus Jesse Sanchez Memorial Highway. Officer Miller, a 12-year veteran of the Chino Police Department, died in the line of duty during a routine traffic stop when he was struck and killed by a truck driver in a second vehicle. Correctional Officer Sanchez was killed in the line of duty in 1972 while transporting an inmate to court for a hearing. His vehicle was ambushed when several assailants attempted to free the inmate from custody. The segment of State Route 60 designated for Officer Miller runs adjacent to the community in which he served, and the segment of State Route 83 designated for Officer Sanchez runs along the facility in which he served and is where his vehicle was ambushed. It is fitting to recognize the sacrifice of both of these officers made during their serving their communities, and I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 58, no 0. Measure passes. File item 133, SB 194 by Flores. I don't have a floor manager. Is there a floor manager on this bill? Pass and retain. File item 135, SB 1413 by Leno. Is there a floor manager on this bill? Pass and retain. File item 138, SB 877. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 877 by Senator Harman, an act relating to arbitration.
Mr. Tran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In 1998, the California Supreme Court in Burbrower versus Superior Court ruled that an out-of-state attorney was actually precluded from representing parties in California arbitration proceedings. and from preparing for such arbitrations while residing outside the state. This decision effectively prevented many corporations headquartered elsewhere from utilizing their in-house counsel or their long-standing outside counsel when arbitration issues arose. Instead, the companies had to incur substantial time and expenses to find, retain, and bring up to speed new and oftentimes costly attorneys in the state. In addition, there was a very real fear that the decision would trigger retaliatory action against California citizens and businesses by other states. Later that year, the California legislature quickly corrected the Burbrower decision by enacting AB 2086. Under AB 2086, out-of-state attorneys can now represent parties in arbitration proceedings held within the state so long as they fulfill certain requirements. SB 877 by Senator Harman extends by 2 years the sunset provision on this program, allowing out-of-state attorneys to participate in arbitration hearings in California. SB 877 has no opposition, has received no votes, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Aye 66, no 0. Measure passes. File item 139, SB 392. I do not have a floor manager. Is there a floor manager out there? Pass and retain. File item 143, SB 970. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 970 by Senator Corbett, an act relating to elections.
Mr. Fong.
Madam Speaker and members, Senate Bill 970 establishes designated ballot box drop-off locations in California colleges. One campus at the University of California, one at the Cal State University, and one campus at California Community Colleges will be selected as sites. Student leaders came to Senator Corbett with an early voting idea. They had a problem getting their ballots in by Election Day because of midterm or final exams, and many of their friends were unfamiliar with their new neighborhood. An early voting ballot drop-off box placed at a central campus location for a few days before an election would allow them to participate and vote. The bill has received support from students and universities. The 3 locations will be chosen by the Secretary of State, interested counties, and participating college institutions. I respectfully request an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open. Oh, sorry, Mr. Berryhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, you know what? College kids, we all deal with stress. We all deal with the pressures of daily life, but we make that special effort to either do an absentee ballot or to go to the polls. I think this is a wrong signal to send to our college kids about responsibility and the importance of voting. And giving them this benefit, I strongly urge a no vote on this.
Ms. Yamada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of SB 970 and would like to share with my colleagues that at the University of California at Davis, under the leadership of our Yolo County Clerk Recorder, Freddie Oakley, we've been opening early voting centers at the Student Union for a number of years with great success. I am disheartened to hear that anyone on this floor would make any statements to the effect that we should chill any effort to assist and facilitate, especially our youngest voters in the nation, from exercising their franchise. I find that actually worrisome. And so I would hope that as we go forward, we will encourage more participation in the democratic process, not less. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Ms. Harkey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in a strong opposition to this, and I'll tell you why. I mean, it chills me to think that we are going to be allowing disinterested people to vote again, earlier than they would otherwise be. We have a absentee ballot that's very easy to complete. Anyone who wants to vote, it's very easy to access. If they're missing their vote, they can show up and fill out a ballot even at the at the polling place. I mean, I just don't understand why we would be allowing 5 days early unless it's just to put some kind of peer pressure on kids that really don't know how to vote like their friends. I think that, you know, responsible teenagers, responsible young adults, people interested in the political process need to show an interest and register to vote on time and to fill out an absentee request. My daughter did this from college. She always voted. You know, I don't understand why we would want to allow people who may not really be that interested extra opportunity. Thank you very much. I think they will never be less busy than they are in college. When they get out in the working world and they have children and issues to deal with, families and work, I mean, give me a break. I don't think they will ever have it an easier time than when they're in college and they're all nested and they've got their classmates with them and they've got full, ample resources to find out where to vote and how to do so. Thank you. I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Mr. Norby.
I rise in opposition as well. I know that the author of this is only trying to expand the ease of voting for all of our citizens, but that brings up 14th Amendment issues, because if we're going to do it on college campuses, we need to do it in senior centers, we need to do it in a lot of areas where people might want to expand the franchise. I think singling out students is the absolute wrong message. I've voted against a number of bills on this floor, sometimes the only one that was denying rights to people between 18 and 21. I expect them to be adults, and I expect them to vote like those as well. I think what is worrisome are those that continue to want to assume that an 18-year-old is not capable of adulthood. They are, and they're capable of voting like adults. Whether you're a Trojan, a Golden Bear, an Aggie, or a Hornet, or a Cardinal, or an Aztec, once you're 18 years old, you have adult responsibilities, and I know that you can fulfill them.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, too, am chilled by this discussion. I'll tell you why. Because I had the benefit of sitting in committee when this bill was heard. And let me tell you what we were told by the students who were advocating the necessity for this language. They're too busy. Between the finals and the homework they have to study for, it's just too busy to go out and vote. And isn't it a shame how busy their lives is to disenfranchise them from this wonderful opportunity to participate? And if they didn't have to take so many tests all the time, well, maybe then they'd have the time to go out and vote. Seriously? This is who you want voting? People who can't find the time to go out and vote because they've got to study for a test? My colleague from Orange County is right. If you're that busy in college, you have no idea what you're facing when you get out into the real world. Busy? Tell me about the woman who's raising 3 children by herself while trying to keep a job. Busy? Talk to me about the family who has no time to do anything other than barely breathe because they are occupied with the enormous amounts of responsibility it takes to raise a family. Or how about the members of this legislature who work 80-plus hours a week to try to effectuate good public policy for California? Too busy? This legislation doesn't deserve the time of day, it doesn't deserve your vote, and I would strongly recommend a no.
Mr. DeVore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this measure. I note the ease with which California's current absentee ballot system works. I've used it. Many times I found myself in uniform with the Armed Services of the United States, knowing that my ballot had already been cast. I'd say that that's being a little busy. In fact, in the November 1984 election, I requested an absentee ballot from the American University in Cairo, Egypt, when I was a student studying overseas. So if I was able to request an absentee ballot literally halfway around the world in Africa, I humbly submit to the members of this body that it's pretty easy to do when you're actually living in California. Members, as a veteran, I note with interest the difficulty that we often have in trying to expand the voting rights and the ability for veterans to have their ballots cast as they do absentee voting and have those envelopes come in from overseas locations, often in theaters of combat. The day that we have some sort of an early balloting box, perhaps in an ammo box at some forward operating base in the mountains of Afghanistan, will be the day that I might consider voting for a measure like this. I urge a no vote.
Mr. Portantino.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of this measure. This measure has nothing to do with our brave troops overseas. Certainly they vote, and we respect them for their service. This measure has nothing to do with perhaps people taking a 28-year absence of voting and then perhaps looking at other things to do. This measure happens to be about making it available and open and welcoming for our teenagers to engage in the political process. Now, frankly, I know a teenager who is hard to get out of bed because she's a teenager. But you know what? She did vote. She mailed in her absentee ballot. I made a phone call to her to remind her to vote for her father. But let's be serious. We want our teenagers to engage. We want people to think that this body inspires people to vote and share their views, whether they're contrary with ours or not. It's about democracy, and democracy is based on the ability for people to register their support and protest through their franchise of voting. This measure encourages teenagers to do that. Let's do it. Let's get on with it, and let's let people vote.
Mr. Arambula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think this bill goes far enough. I think we should look for ways to help busy executives who subsequently choose to run for governor to also be able to cast their vote. Until such time that that bill comes before us, I will be supporting this bill.
Mr. Jones.
Question for the author, Madam Speaker.
Without objection.
I know there's been a lot of talk about business here. I'm just wondering if this bill, had it been law, would have helped Meg Whitman vote for the 20 years she didn't vote.
No, it wouldn't if she wasn't registered to vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Logue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also oppose this bill. What's really interesting is that when the Iraqis had the opportunity to vote, they stood in line for 2 days under death threats in order to vote. But what we want to do is open the system here so much that, to me, it's an insult to the students of California that we have to make a special exception to them so they will participate in the greatest country on earth. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's not insult the students of California. Let's allow them to play by the same rules as everybody else in California. And remember, if the soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan who are on the front lines can send in an absentee ballot, let's not treat these students like they're so ignorant that they can't do the same thing. Let's stand with an equal playing field, and I oppose this bill.
Mr. Tirico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think some of my colleagues may have missed the point of this bill or may have not actually read the bill because as I listened to the debate and I read the bill and it does some very simple things. Revolutionary, in fact. On a grand total of 3 college campuses in this state. Three campuses. 1 UC, 1 CSU, and a 3rd campus. We are going to allow students to turn in their ballot to vote for an election. The same ballot that each one of us probably is mailed in with our signature, thereby eliminating the possibility of fraud. We are trying to get people to vote, folks. What are you afraid of? Are you actually afraid of the voters? Because this vote is a franchise vote. It gives our people, our young people, the ease to vote. Some of these young voters, for the first time they register when they're 18, they go off to college. They don't know what to do with that ballot. They don't understand what it is to have a mail-in ballot. This process helps them. They could turn that ballot in one of 3 campuses. The Constitution isn't going to go away. This strengthens the Constitution. It gives people a greater right and a greater accountability and a greater stake in the greatest democracy in the world. I urge an aye vote.
Ms. Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We've had a very engaging dialogue so far in the bill, and I just wanted to kind of bring us back to some facts. Data shows that the younger the person is when they begin voting, in other words, if they begin to vote at the time that the law allows them, which is 18, the statistics show, there's high likelihood that they will stay a voter throughout their adult life. I think that all of us want the most engaged public that we can have. We want California residents to be voters for their entire adult life. If we can assist getting our students to vote and to then become engaged in this political process, it benefits all of us. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Anderson.
I rise in opposition. I agree with my colleague from San Francisco. This is an indictment on the public school system. Our civics classes are so poor that students can't figure out how to vote. That this is such a difficult process. I'm sorry. We've got people all around the world that can figure it out. They're 17 years old, they're 18 years old, 19 years old on the front lines, and all the 18-year-olds and older can vote. And they all seem to figure it out. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Mr. Fong, you may close.
Well, Assemblymember Skinner said it best. Studies show that a younger person begins to vote, the propensity to be a lifelong voter increases. And Senate Bill 970 will bring younger voters into the democratic process. And students have taken the initiative to work with me on this, actively advocating for access to voting places. So I respectfully request your aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 43, noes 25. Measure passes. File item 145, SB 1035. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1035 by Senator Hancock, an act relating to utility charges.
Ms. Skinner.
Madam Speaker, thank you, members. This is a district bill. It allows for EBMUD, the East Bay Municipal Utility District, which provides water service to 1.3 million residents in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. It allows them to record a lien on property when the owner fails to pay water bills. This is a right that almost every other water utility in the state has, but EBMUD currently cannot. So what happens is EBMUD has no option but to terminate water service for delinquent bills, and asking then other ratepayers to subsidize delinquent account holders without being able to put that lien on. By providing EBMUD the same lien authority that other water districts already have, SB 1035 enables the utility district to be a full community participant in efforts to maintain property values, bolster the local economy, and combat blight. The bill has received bipartisan support, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 43, noes 24. Measure passes. File item 147, SB 1124. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1124 by Senator Negrete McLeod, an act relating to land conservation.
Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. SB 1124 by Senator McLeod seeks to ensure that land within the Chino Agricultural Preserve that was purchased with Prop 70 funds from 1988 is protected consistent with the voters' intent. These amendments are the results of an agreement reached between the sponsors and the County of San Bernardino. The amendments do the following. Conforms this bill to provisions of an earlier bill relating to the county's ability exchange properties through AB 2063 from 2004. It places timelines on the Department of Parks and Recreation in order to ensure that they respond to the county's land plan. It provides for a process by which the county could use excess funds after they have completed their land plan, as long as it is consistent with Prop 70, and it makes other technical and clarifying changes. With these amendments, the County of San Bernardino would remove its opposition to the bill. I respectfully request your aye vote on these amendments.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 65, no 0. Measure passes. File item 149, SB 1266. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1266 by Senator Liu, an act relating to inmates.
Ms. Lowenthal, are you ready on this item? No. Pass temporarily. File item 151, SB 1283. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1283 by Senator Steinberg, an act relating to health care coverage.
Mr. Chesbro.
Madam Speaker, SB 1283 addresses an important consumer problem that is related to prolonged delays that may occur during the resolution of appeals and grievances that are filed with the Department of Managed Health Care. SB 1283 simply clarifies the law so that consumers can work with the Department in completing the appeals application process. Furthermore, the bill is a step in the right direction to ensure that the grievances submitted to the DMHC are evaluated in an appropriate and timely manner. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 46, noes 18. Measure passes. File item 156, SB 1454. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1454 by Senator DeSonia, an act relating to recycling.
Mr. Chesbro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Plastic litter is a serious and growing environmental problem in our state. SB 1454 ensures that product manufacturers do not encourage that littering of their products by making misleading claims about the biodegradability of plastic. Under current law, manufacturers of plastic bags and food packaging cannot claim that their products are biodegradable and can only claim their products are compostable if they meet the American Society for Testing Materials, or ASTM, scientific technical standards for compostability. Now, this is a measure, I want you to listen carefully, this is a measure that passed this floor 2 years ago unanimously, 76 to nothing. It's been in effect for a year. The opponents of this bill have focused in on the existing provision and want to be carved out of this bill. This bill will not affect plastic bags that are labeled as biodegradable. SB 1454 simply extends the current labeling requirements placed on bag and food packaging to all the rest of the plastic material stream. Again, the bill's opponents are already subject to these requirements. The opponents of this bill are ignoring both federal and state standards that seek to minimize degradation in landfills. And I know this is counterintuitive because I've asked my wife, I've asked staff who aren't involved in this bill, and people think that materials are supposed to break down in landfills. They're not. The degradation of organic matter in a landfill is the source of landfill gas and of leachate. Federal and state law requires that landfills be managed to minimize degradation. So no green environmental benefit is created by putting trash into a supposedly biodegradable bag and putting it in the landfill. The only thing that's accomplished is that consumers are misled. Allowing the opponents to market their products as biodegradable in a landfill is in fact making the problems worse, because putting these bags into a landfill has a negative environmental benefit because it generates landfill gas and leachate, which is water pollution from landfills. Biodegradable in a landfill is an inherently deceptive claim for which there is no ASTM standard specification. So there really is no basis to know when you purchase something labeled biodegradable, if we allowed that, whether or not it is actually biodegradable. The claim biodegradable in a landfill is inherently false, unverifiable, and deceives consumers into the belief that degradation in a landfill is environmentally beneficial. This bill is about truth in advertising. When your average consumer sees 2 bags on the store shelf, of course they will assume that there is an environmental benefit to one that's labeled biodegradable, when in reality these products actually have a negative environmental effect. Now, I'd just like to point out it's ironic I'm spending all my time talking about biodegradable plastic bags when in fact manufacturers are not allowed legally to label them that way now. This bill is not about that. This bill is about expanding those requirements to other plastic products. This bill prohibits manufacturers from making false claims that their products are biodegradable and requires that manufacturers of products that claim to be compostable meet the scientifically recognized technical standard for compostability. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Ms. Fuller.
I rise and ask your opposition to this bill. It basically extends the requirement for businesses to go to independent labs and be labeled in accordance to their criterias. That costs extra money. It's extra burdensome at this time on businesses, and it adds hard packaging and bottles to the list of things already covered. In addition, many of these do shred and compose versus decompose, and the standard will not recognize that at this time. So I think we need to do a little more work on what those standards are. We need to consider the costs that we are adding to businesses at this time. And while I applaud the intent, I think we need a little more work, and I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a flurry of lobbying on this bill, this very important bill, that I think has needlessly confused a pretty straightforward proposition. And for me, what it comes down to is that if you've got a product claiming to be biodegradable, being marketed as biodegradable, but you have to put it into a landfill in order for it to break down over many, many months or years and finally degrade, maybe you shouldn't be marketing that product as biodegradable, because the whole point of this policy and part of the value of this bill is we have an opportunity here to separate out products that don't have to go into the landfill. We do too much landfilling in this country and too much landfilling in the state of California, and this is about raising the standard so we can take things out of that waste stream that don't have to go into landfills. And those who are currently marketing landfill products as biodegradable, frankly, just need to change their marketing, and they can stay in business just fine.
Mr. Anderson.
I rise in opposition. As I read through this, I come to a different conclusion. We're narrowly defining biodegradable, so it becomes fairly exclusive to corn-based products. And while corn-based products are terrific products, I don't think, as we're trying to solve the problems of the future, that we should limit the technologies that can be used. And I fear that the language does do that. And for that reason, I urge a no vote.
Ms. Conway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will keep it simple. The way I see it is this bill just is being selective, one product over the other. I think we should be inclusive of all those, and we should appreciate what they bring to the market. Why are we picking winners and losers here? I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Mr. Chesbro, you may close.
In close, let me restate that the bags that many of you have been given samples of, and you're told that somehow this bill is going to affect that, it will not affect those bags. Those are not currently allowed under law to make the claim biodegradable in a landfill. This bill is about expanding the definition to other types of plastic. The bill that previously identified these definitions in this legislature passed this House unanimously 2 years ago and has been in effect for a year. So I just want to be really clear what this bill is about. I urge and it's a consumer protection bill, first, last, and always. That's what it's about, so people can know if they're told something is green or better environmentally, it really is. I urge your aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Chesbro moves the call. File item 157, SB 806. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 806 by Senator Wiggins, an act relating to alcoholic beverages.
Mr. Chesbro?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SB 806 is a very simple consumer bill. The measure allows consumers to return wine to any winemaker without regard to the type of ABC license they have. The bill was on consent and has received unanimous support in the Assembly. There is no opposition. I urge your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 67, no 0. Measure passes. File item 158, SB 165. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 165 by Senator Lowenthal, an act relating to vehicles.
Ms. Lowenthal? Passed temporarily. File item 159, SB 228. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 228 by Senator DeSaulnier, an act relating to plastic bags.
Ms. Skinner?
Madam Speaker, members. SB 228 by Senator DeSaulnier will require plastic compostable bags that meet the standards set by the American Society for Testing Materials to be readily identifiable as compostable, so that we consumers know when a bag is such that we can put it into our green bins or put it in a compost bin, and there's no confusion. Conventional plastic bags in the compost stream contaminate that stream. Conventional plastic bags, or rather compostable plastic bags put into recycling bins, also contaminate the recycling stream. So this makes the process much easier for consumers, recyclers, the green bin disposal people, for everyone to know when a bag is compostable. It makes it readily and easily identifiable. The bill is sponsored and supported by the manufacturers of compostable bags. It has no opposition. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 49, noes 18. Measure passes. File item 160. Pass and retain. Pass and retain. File item 161, SB 1271. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1271 by Senator Romero, an act relating to the Political Reform Act of 1974.
Mr. Gatto.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and members. This bill would require public retirement and pension boards to publicly disclose a list of every individual within their agencies that is required to file a Form 700 Statement of Economic Interests. It is believed that this increased disclosure would also result in increased compliance. Currently, many individuals who indirectly participate in investment decisions affecting millions of public dollars do not complete the same form that our field representatives do. This is a straightforward government transparency bill, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 65, no 0. Measure passes. File item 164, SB 1240. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1240 by Senator Corbett, an act relating to local health care districts.
Mr. Huffman? Passed temporarily. File item Mr. Huffman? How about file item 167, SB 579? Passed temporarily. File item 168, SB 700. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 700 by Senator Negrini, McLeod, and others, an act relating to healing arts.
Mr. Ruskin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill has support on both sides. It makes various changes relating to the peer review process of hospitals and the reporting of problem physicians and surgeons to the medical board. It does not interfere in any way with the physician's ability to contest or appeal the action by the peer review body within the hospital. There's no opposition, and I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Aye 66, no 0. Measure passes. File item 170, SB 1456. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1456 by Senator Simitian and others, an act relating to environmental quality and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Mr. Chesbro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SB 1456 responds to some concerns that have been raised over the California Environmental Quality Act by providing for mediation before potential litigation to resolve CEQA disputes, thereby helping to avoid costly litigation. Ensuring that mediation after an action is filed is intended to be conducted concurrently with any judicial proceeding, just like a settlement conference under CEQA. Allowing the Attorney General to request an expedited schedule to resolve CEQA cases, while also allowing a party to request imposition of a penalty for a frivolous claim made in the course of CEQA litigation. And ensuring more accountability for an organization challenging a project that is formed after project approval, and establishing procedures in statute for tiering environmental documents. All provisions of this bill sunset January 1st, 2016. The bill is supported by the California Association of Realtors, SEEB, and the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. There is no opposition. I urge your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 68, noes 1. Measure passes. On the urgency, ayes 68, noes 1. On the measure, measure passes. File item 174, SB 51. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Duchesne and others, an act relating to the Salton Sea Restoration Council.
Ms. Salas? Pass and retain. Pass and retain. Oops, I apologize. 171, SB 1467. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1467 by Senator Padilla, an act relating to public utilities.
Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speakers and members. SB 147 by Senator Padilla repeals several obsolete sections of the Public Utilities Code and makes non-substantive changes to the Public Resources and Public Utilities Code. Among those is changing the phrase Local Exchange Telephone Corporation to Local Exchange Service Provider and requiring the chair of the Energy Commission to appear annually before the Assembly Utilities and the Senate Energy Committee. There's no opposition to this bill and has received not a single no vote. I respectfully ask for your aye votes.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 67, no 0. Measure passes. File item 178, SB 390. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 390 by Senator Keogh and others, an act relating to solid waste and making an appropriation therefore.
Mr. Chesbro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SB 390 extends the sunset date of the existing successful recycling market development loan program from January 1st, 2012 to January 1st, 2022. Since its creation, this loan program has provided 161 direct low-interest loans totaling $113 million to recycling businesses that have resulted in diversion of 4.2 million tons a year of material from California landfills. It has also resulted in the creation of over 2,000 jobs. This program has proven its worth and deserves to be continued. The bill is supported by the California Recycling Market Development Zone Association, California Resource Recovery Association, the Regional Council of Rural Counties, and others. This bill has received strong bipartisan support and received no votes. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 70, no 0. Measure passes. File item 180, SB 654. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 654 by Senator Leno, an act relating to human services.
Mr. Portantino.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise today in support of Mr. Leno's SB 654. 4 years ago, the Department of Social Services reinterpreted eligibility for independent living programs, services to exclude foster youth placed with a non-related legal guardian. Prior to that time, all foster youth were eligible to receive these services. This bill, SB 654, will reverse this decision and reinstate eligibility for these foster youth, allowing them to access the same range of vital programs that assist other foster youth find housing, develop job skills, qualify for scholarships, and assist in transition to adulthood. Many stable foster parents who could potentially become guardians choose not to do so in order to keep a child enrolled in an ILP services. Given the cost differential, $3,500 per year for foster care and only $900 per year for ILP services, we are keeping these youth in the system at far more costly alternative than simply providing the services outright. If only 43 children statewide exit the foster care system as a result of this bill, the state would save the cost of increased eligibility. The California Welfare Directors Association believe as many as 750 youth could exit the dependency system as a result of receiving these ILP services. This bill will result in net savings, members, while assisting foster youth to transition to adulthood, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote for this bill that will save money and help children transition to adulthood, children who need our help.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 69, no 0. Measure passes. File item 182, SB 830. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 830 by Senator Wright and others, an act relating to intellectual property.
Mr. Calderon.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this has no opposition. It merely clarifies existing piracy laws by expanding the term recording to include all newer forms of storage media. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 66, no 0. Measure passes. File item 183, SB 834. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 834 by Senator Flores, an act relating to court orders.
Mr. Amiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. Could I pass in return, please?
Pass temporarily. File item 184, SB 951. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 951 by Senator Correa and others, an act relating to mobile homes.
Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Mobile Home Park Maintenance Inspection Program ensures that all mobile home parks in California periodically receive a full inspection to assess health and safety conditions. As a result of the program, the Department of Housing and local enforcement agencies have cited both park and homeowners for thousands of code violations that may not otherwise have been resolved. Senate Bill 951 extends the sunset on this very important program until January 1, 2019, to ensure that mobile home park inspections can continue. The measure had unanimous support thus far in the Assembly and the Senate. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 56, no 0. Measure passes. File item 185, SB 961. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 961 by Senator Wright and others, an act relating to health care coverage.
Ms. Lowenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Senate Bill 961 is a bill that brings California public policy up to date with advances in medicine. Currently, intravenous chemotherapy is covered under the medical insurance section of health plan policies, but oral chemo is usually considered a drug benefit and subject to higher co-payments and co-insurance requirements. SB 961 simply says that health plans should treat orally administered anti-cancer medications on a basis no less favorable than intravenously administered or injected cancer medications. The principle here is clear. Access to life-saving medicine for cancer patients should not be a function of its delivery system. SB 961 is comparable to a bill vetoed last year, but contains several clarifications raised by the insurance industry, plus the addition of a 5-year sunset. There are at least 38 oral anti-cancer medications with no IV equivalent, and 100 more are on the way. This is a national bipartisan issue. At least 9 other states have passed similar legislation. Republican governors in 4 states signed similar bills. More than 20 other states reintroduced similar bills. This bill has broad support, including the American Cancer Society, all California chapters of Susan B. Komen for the Cure, and Carrie's Touch, an African American breast cancer program. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 45, noes 14. Measure passes. File item 186, SB 993. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 993 by Senator Huff, an act relating to state highways.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in support of item 187, Mr. Huff's SB 993. We made technical amendments on the Senate side to include the language city of Rialto and the city of Claremont. The bill is in all of the ways identical to the bill that left our home, our home. All right, I'm so done with this place. Anyway, with that, I urge your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 66, no 0. Measure passes. File item 188, SB 1006. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1006 by Senator Pavley, an act relating to natural resources.
Mr. Chesbro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SB 1006 would add joint powers authorities and special districts to the entities eligible to receive financial assistance from the Strategic Growth Council established by SB 732. The Strategic Growth Council is required to manage and award grants and loans to support the planning and development of sustainable communities for preparing, adopting, and implementing general plans, general plan elements, regional plans, and other planning instruments, and also for preparing, planning, and implementing urban greening plans. The bill, when passed in 2008, included money from Proposition 84 for urban greening grants. Many joint powers authorities have the ability to utilize these funds and have the ability to create urban greening projects that could be highly beneficial. However, SB 732 did not include joint powers authorities in the list of entities eligible to receive the grants. This bill corrects that oversight. Amendments to SB 1006 remove all references to adaptation, and most importantly, because several of you have raised concerns about business opposition to this bill, I have a letter in my hand addressed to the author, Senator Pavley, withdrawing opposition by the Chamber of Commerce, Manufacturers Association, Business Properties Association, Engineering Companies, Food Processors, and Western States Petroleum Association. They all have withdrawn their opposition. I urge your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Chesbro moves the call. File item 189, SB 1008. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1008 by Senator Padilla, an act relating to the practice of engineering and land surveying and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Mr. Smythe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill will expand the current range of professionals that can enter into limited liability partnerships to include engineers and surveyors. SB 1008 will allow engineers and land surveyors the option to structure as limited liability partnerships, LLPs. Having this option will grant engineers and land surveyors parity with related design professionals who can currently form LLPs. Currently, 14 other states allow the formation of them by engineering and land surveying firms, so this is nothing new. We've worked with the opposition to bring everybody together and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 64, no 0. Measure passes. File item 190, SB 1088. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1088 by Senator Price, an act relating to health care.
Mr. Monning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. SB 1088 codifies state law to be in compliance with the new Federal Health Reform Act signed by President Obama to expand health coverage for dependent adults up to the age of 26 on a parent's policy. Young adults compose one of the fastest growing demographics of uncovered Californians. They're often dropped at the age of 19 from a parent's policy, or they lose eligibility for public programs like Medi-Cal or Healthy Families. Beginning on September 23rd of this year, group health plans, health insurers offering group and individual policies are required to provide young people up to their 26th birthday to allow them to remain on their parents' plan as a dependent. SB 1088 simply seeks to place into state law what will be required under federal law. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 21. Measure passes. File item 191, SB 1091. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1091 by Senator Hancock and others, an act relating to Medi-Cal.
Mr. Monning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, SB 1099 would enable counties to use their dollars as the match for federal Medicaid funds and draw down federal funds to provide medical and mental health services to young people temporarily placed in county juvenile detention facilities. The funds would only be available for youth who are Medi-Cal eligible and only until their cases are adjudicated. Counties that participate in the program will also pay the state's administrative costs. SB 1091 would allow counties to reduce the amount they already spend by almost half by substituting federal funds for county dollars. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 67, no 0. Measure passes. File item 193, SB 1098. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1098 by Senator Corbett, an act relating to athlete agents.
Mr. Torlakson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this bill has to do with the Uniform Athlete Agents Act, which is a nationally constructed act that 40 other states have gone forward with to protect student athletes or professional athletes from unscrupulous agents. It requires registration with the Department of Industrial Relations and their ability to screen for past fraud or integrity problems. I urge your aye vote for this measure to protect athletes in California.
Seeing no, Mr. Norby.
I rise in opposition, Madam Chair. All professional licensing requirements supposedly protect the public, but what they do is they limit market entry, they increase state bureaucracies, and they limit options. Now, as a USC season ticket holder, I'm very mindful of the abuses that agents may engage in, but I don't know if licensing them is going to really protect them any more than licensing a whole host of other professions. And I think before we require more licenses of any profession, we ought to look at the licenses we currently have that ought to be repealed.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Mr. Torlington, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is actually a certificate of registration, not a license, and I urge an aye vote. 40 other states have enacted and found that this is beneficial without creating extra bureaucracy.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 46, noes 16. Measure passes. File item 194, SB 1142. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1142 by Senator Wiggins and others, an act relating to agricultural resources.
Ms. Yamada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm pleased to present SB 1142 on behalf of Senator Pat Wiggins. Members, SB 1142 is a bipartisan measure which will help preserve working farmlands and open space. Currently, the Department of Conservation administers and provides grants under the Department of Conservation's Farmland Conservancy Program. This enables willing landowners to participate in protecting precious farmland in perpetuity for agricultural use. Currently, however, this particular program is not as flexible as we would like it to be. SB 1142 would allow, if passed, the opportunity for these same willing landowners to simultaneously participate in protecting their precious farmland while also allowing riparian zones, wildlife habitat, and flood corridors to qualify for these same grants. Members, California's farmers continue to be under assault from a variety of factors, what I call the 3 W's: the weather, water, and the continued threat to the Williamson Act Subvention Fund. By supporting SB 1142, we will provide California's agriculturalists with another tool to protect this important land for future generations. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 62, noes 1. Measure passes. File item 195, SB 1181. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1181 by Senator Cedillo, an act relating to shorthand reporters and making an appropriation therefore.
Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill extends the sunset on the Transcript Reimbursement Fund from January 11, 2011 to January 1, 2013, and it also expands on a pilot basis the number of applicants that are eligible to obtain reimbursement from this fund to litigants who are indigent and representing themselves. This fund was established by the legislature nearly 30 years ago. It provides court transcripts at little or no cost to nonprofit legal services and pro bono attorneys on behalf of indigent litigants in civil cases, and it's funded by fees, renewal fees on certified shorthand reporters. What it does is allows litigants representing themselves the same access to justice as someone who is represented by an attorney. The bill has no opposition and has received no votes. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 67, no 0. Measure passes. File item 199, SB 1290. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1290 by Senator Kehoe and others, an act relating to physical education.
Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this bill requires the State Board of Education and the Curriculum Development and Supplemental Materials Commission to include self-defense and safety instruction for grades 7 through 12 during the next revision of the physical education curriculum framework. Under the current law, the framework only provides guidelines for self-defense and training in grades 10 through 12, and safety awareness training is only designated for 10th grade students. But as we all know, students are increasingly becoming victims of violent crime at younger and younger ages, and this bill would help provide them the tools to respond to situations that are occurring to them. The bill does not require self-defense and safety instruction. The intent is to provide school districts with enhanced authority to better prepare students to avoid and handle threatening situations when they arise. There's no opposition to the bill, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 41, noes 24. Measure passes. File item 200, SB 1296. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1296 by Senator Correa, an act relating to peace officer training.
Colonel Cook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SB 1296 requires the Commission on Peace Officer Standards Training, POST, the acronym POST, to assess training needs and to create a course for peace officers who are emergency first responders on how to recognize and interact with persons suffering from traumatic brain injury known as TBI or post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. This bill also requires POST to make the course available to law enforcement agencies in California. TBI and PTSD have been identified as signature injuries and silent epidemics affecting an increasing number of veterans returning from recent military conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. These symptoms can sometimes include behaviors of anger, hostility, and aggression. Many of these symptoms, unnoticeable at first, pose serious challenges to those who are in contact with persons that are affected by these disorders. SB 1296 provides the necessary tools for peace officers who are first responders to emergency situation to recognize and interact with returning veterans or other persons suffering from these disorders. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 67, noes 0. Measure passes. File item 201, SB 1354. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1354 by Senator Hancock and others, an act relating to instructional programs.
Mr. Torlakson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this has to do with the Partnership Academies, which began in the 1990s, have greatly expanded under Superintendent Jack O'Connell's leadership. It does two things. One is to require consistency around providing a sequence of courses that build upon each other to build technical skills and prepare an individual to go into the work world or on to college in a various career track. It's greatly lowered dropout rates, these various partnership academies. The second feature that is in the bill deals with the definition of at-risk students. 40% of the students in the partnership academies must be at risk. That definition has not been updated in a couple of decades. This includes looking at low standardized test scores, low grades, GPA of 2.2 or lower, and defines irregular attendance as students who miss 20% of the school year. I urge a aye vote for updating this wonderful program. There are no known opposition yet to the bill.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 66, no 0. Measure passes. File item 202, SB 1365. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1365 by Senator Corbett, an act relating to public safety.
Mr. Nava.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
This bill updates the reference of federal statutes for our toy safety laws to reflect passage of the Consumer Products Safety Improvement Act of 2008. It will help the Department of Public Health, who has a responsibility to keep toys safe and to be able to use the most up-to-date federal laws when doing so. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 63, no 0. Measure passes. File item 205, SJR 28. Clerk will read.
Senate Joint Resolution 28 by Senator Keogh and others relative to 2020 census.
Mr. Fiore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Currently, the United States Census does not directly count members of the LGBT community. Therefore, the census takers are left to estimate the number of LGBT community members in a given city. SJR 28 seeks to move the Census Bureau away from estimating regarding this community to actually knowing what the numbers look like. This data collection is actually very important. We all know that the data collected by the census enables, for example, cities and towns within our own districts to compete for programs that are federally funded. Without knowing this information, our communities are placed at a disadvantage. That's particularly important now when all of us are acutely aware of the importance of California getting its fair share of federal dollars. It's an important measure with no opposition. Urge your support.
Mr. Norby.
I rise in strong opposition to this, Madam Chair. The purpose of the census is to apportion fair and equal congressional representation among the states. It's not to pry into people's personal lives and ask them a lot of questions of a personal nature. We don't ask about people's religion, I don't think, at least not yet. We don't count the number of Muslims or Christians or Jehovah's Witnesses in the country or ask people their personal political beliefs. People can register as Democrats or Republicans. We don't poll people about those or other lifestyle behaviors. And I don't think this is a road in which we want to go. And for those that support it for funding reasons, I think they ought to look at the full implications of doing this because this door does swing both ways.
Mr. Amiano.
Speaking of swinging both ways, go Niners, defense. I really strongly advise an aye vote because the LGBT community has wanted to be counted for many, many years. And if anything is going to fight discrimination, is people coming out of the closet saying we deserve to be counted and we deserve the kind of funding that other communities get. So I applaud Mr. Fiore for this bill and strongly urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Mr. Fiore, you may close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah, let's be very specific about the kinds of funding and programs within each of our districts that could be at stake. Public safety funding to ensure that we effectively prosecute hate crimes. Health care funding to assure that we are protecting people in our districts from getting seriously ill. Anti-discrimination funding to assure that everyone in our districts, irrespective of sexual orientation, has the full protection of our laws and is treated equally under those laws. I urge an aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 22. Measure passes. File item 208, SB 1169. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1169 by Senator Lowenthal, an act relating to water.
Ms. Fuller. Dr. Fuller.
Thank you. I would like to present SB 1169. It makes several technical, clarifying, and non-substantive changes to update and improve the water code. The bill also makes other non-controversial substantial changes to conform to other existing laws and to clarify procedures. It's almost identical to the version of AB 2776 that passed off the Assembly floor in April of this year by a vote of 74-0. Specifically, the bill extends the terms of 2 members on each of the 9 regional water quality boards, requires the agency delivering recycled water to a condominium project prior to the indoor use of water to file a report with the Department of Public Health instead of the Regional Water Quality Board, deletes an existing exemption from constitutional subvention requirements found to have been unconstitutional, clarifies that the State Water Resources Control Board on its own motion may review Water Quality Control Board basin planning actions, and updates cross-references, deletes obsolete provisions, and makes other various technical or clarifying changes. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 63, noes 1. Measure passes. File item 211, SB 1272. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1272 by Senator Wolk and others, an act relating to taxation.
Ms. Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, SB 1272 puts into place performance-based methodology that enables rational evaluation for any new, meaning future, tax expenditures that the state chooses to enact. The bill allows for the evaluation with the same rigor that we use when judging spending decisions, which is a responsible public policy given that our state's current preference portfolio now exceeds $41 billion, equal to half of our total revenue. While we cannot change existing tax preferences, we can at least start keeping better track of future tax preferences. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Mr. DeVore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this measure. I note with interest the floor manager's comments about the subjecting tax credits to the same rigor with which we subject state spending. I would humbly submit to you that perhaps that's not very rigorous at all with the gigantic deficit we have, but nevertheless, I think it's very important to understand the distinction between tax credits in the private industry versus state spending. And here's the chief distinction. If you're a company, you want a certain predictability to the tax code. You want to know what the taxes are going to be in year 1, year 2, year 3 going forward, because that is how you can make an effective decision about where to make investments or whether or not to invest in California, whether or not it would provide a significant or return on your investment to invest in California to create jobs and to add value in this state versus investing in some other state. Now, when you put a sunset on the tax credits that we provide California business, what you're telling California business is that they don't really know what is going to happen as the legislature then comes up on that deadline and begins to consider that sunset. What we're doing is we're adding more turbulence to our tax code, and we're making California as a state less competitive relative to other states that frankly try a lot harder than California to add jobs and to create wealth. I would submit to the members of this body that given that California now has the 3rd highest unemployment rate in the nation, that now is not the time to be sending the signal to business in California, in the rest of this nation, and around the world that we consider tax credits something to be yanked off the table on a 7-year timeline. I urge a no vote.
Mr. Garrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to join my colleague from Orange County in also urging a no vote. This does create more uncertainty in the both business world, which includes the financial world. Just take, for example, some of the companies that we've lost recently in the past 3 years in the state of California that would have liked to made a commitment, but because of the ongoing uncertainty that we seem to perpetually create here by putting tax ideas or tax incentives on the table and then yanking them off. Intel, 7,000 employees, $7 billion, is now locating in New Mexico, Arizona, and Oregon. Genentech invested $400 million in a facility in Oregon, and over 400 jobs gone from the state of California because of things like NOL and single sales factor. These things that we have put on the table even most recently, and that some people would like to remove from the incentive bucket to keep businesses here or to keep us a competitive state. Take our state next door, Nevada, that has no income tax, no capital gains tax. All of these are putting our state, California, at a competitive disadvantage. And I think that when you are thinking about jobs, you've got to think about the businesses that want to grow here in the state of California and what type of incentives we are competing with other states. We continuously hear about the state of Texas and its governor, how he's recruiting jobs out of the state of California. This is a bad idea, and I urge a no vote.
Mr. Norby.
Madam Chair, while I'm not prepared to support the bill, I think within it there is a legitimate argument that tax credits should have some identifiable social, political, or economic purpose. The problem is that our whole tax system is so riddled with tax credits, tax shelters, tax exemptions, tax incentives that it's become overly complicated. And if this was linked to some kind of simplification of our tax code and a reduction of taxes overall by eliminating all these shelters, then that would probably be the right approach. Also, the 7-year sunset, we've just repealed and extended about 10 sunsets so far this year. So I'm not sure that would be extended either. But I'm all for the simplification, but we shouldn't take a piecemeal approach, and I think that's what this does.
Mr. Calderon.
Yes, Madam Speaker, members, I think that the debate is a lot to do about nothing, because this legislature cannot bind future legislatures. But what it does do is it dramatizes the fact that our tax programs are like any other program, whether it's our education, our health programs, our social programs. It is another program because the state has an objective in encouraging or discouraging certain human behavior through the tax laws. But in every other program except tax credits, those programs have to justify themselves, and in particular in these tough economic times, but not the tax credits that we have given before in the past to major corporations, without even knowing if it is achieving the goal. And I can give you a very specific example. Why we ought to look at that. I would like to bring a Fortune 200 company into California. It would make history because it probably hasn't been a Fortune 200 company that comes into California in the last 20 years. But what I would like to do is take a look at these other tax credits that we provide to see whether or not it makes sense to continue those tax credits as opposed to providing tax credits to this Fortune 200 company that when they locate in California will bring 16,000 jobs. So the idea is sound, and we have to start looking at our tax policies because they are a program like any other program, and we ought to treat them as such. I ask for an aye vote.
Ms. Huber.
I'm for tax credits, but I'm also for this bill. As the author of the sunset review bills that just got passed off of the Senate floor, I think it's important that we look at our budget and that we put sunset dates on different programs and policies to give us the opportunity to say, we created something to solve a problem. Did we actually solve it? Did we make a dent in it? Are things worse now? That was the same argument I made on this floor to support the sunset review bills. All of those arguments apply equally to our tax policy. And while it seems like we get caught in the political argument of tax credits are Republican and programs are Democrats, I think it's time to take the politics out of it. If it is good enough to sunset programs, then it's good enough to sunset tax credits and have this kind of vigorous discourse about what we're getting in return, because there's a lot of tax credits that people don't realize how much great benefit they provide to the state of California. And if we have that opportunity to debate those issues, we should do it equally for both the programs and for the tax credits. I urge your aye vote.
Ms. Harkey.
Hi, I strongly urge a no vote. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I love the comment that we should sunset certain things. If we were sunsetting taxes at the same time and did a review, I could support this. But the problem is this is only on one side of the ledger. This state is overtaxed, overregulated, and overburdened. The reason we haven't had any Fortune 500, 200, or whatever companies is because we're not competitive. So while I agree we might want to review a lot of these tax issues, we're only reviewing one side of the ledger, and so I strongly support a no vote. Thank you.
Mr. Gaines.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I agree with my colleague from the South in terms of why aren't we including taxes and having a sunset on taxes that have been implemented to find out if they make sense or not. It was very interesting last week. We had Premier Campbell from British Columbia, who I think you are aware, and hopefully you are aware, when he was elected, he took a look at every regulation in the province of British Columbia, set up a commission, brought the business community, the environmental community, and government together. And the goal was to eliminate 25% of all existing regulation off the books within a 2-year time frame. They exceeded the goal. They hit 42%. They eliminated 42% of all existing regulation within British Columbia, over 160,000 regulations, and then they extended the law for another 10 years, and they said for any regulation that was promulgated, you had to eliminate a regulation. So the body of regulation over time would not grow. I think we could do the same thing with tax policy. But it's got to be an equation, and the equation has to include taxes at the table, and we ought to be looking at regulation at the same time to make this economy competitive so we can create jobs here in the state of California. I urge a no vote.
Ms. Saldana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, unfortunately, we did create a sunset on taxes many years ago that is now coming due, and that's called Prop 13. And as a teacher, looking at my classrooms falling apart, we set a moratorium 30 years ago on certain taxes in this state, and we, this year, are finally hitting up against that in a way that those of us are all struggling to understand. $20 billion deficit, day 55 of the budget, and we're arguing about something as logical as a sunset on tax credits. When they don't work, we should have a way to do away with them. But we don't, because the logic or illogic of a tax credit is, by doing away with it, it's a tax increase, and that requires a supermajority vote, and this is simply leveling the playing field. This is saying a tax credit should have the same amount of scrutiny and the ability for us to change a bad vote at some point as any other bad policy. This is about fairness to the next generation, because we are right now telling this generation of students we aren't funding schools. We are telling a generation of seniors we don't care about health care. We are telling an entire generation of Californians we're not willing to consider that maybe we've made some bad choices and we want to look forward and make a change to it. This is a supermajority bill. For a reason, it's serious. And for those of us who have served here several years and gone through several budget crises throughout those several years, we have to take some serious long-term actions to deal with the reality that we do have a moratorium on taxes, but we're seeing it in reverse. 1978 or 79, whenever it was that Prop 13 was passed. That said, this day is coming when we will not have enough money to pay for basic health care for those in need, to pay for education for our next generation of students. That day is here, and we are trying to take action that will make a difference. And instead, we're getting the same talk about us not being competitive. Of course we're competitive, because we invested, and we've stopped investing, and that's why we're not competitive. If everyone was paying their fair share, we would continue to be competitive. And the sad thing is we have people that are doing business in this state, but on paper, they are doing business in other states to avoid paying their fair share. They are here, their employees are here, their operations are here, but they're registered as a corporation in another state to avoid paying their fair share and investing in the future of our state and our residents. That's what's not fair. So I'm for fairness, and I'm for investing in the state, and I'm for investing in our next generation and not telling them we care so little about your future that we won't fund classrooms. I'm for anything that will help us get this state back on financial track. And if this is one way to do it, then people who spoke earlier are absolutely right. This is not about politics. This is about what are we willing to invest in, and how willing are we to say maybe this tactic that we took at one point doesn't make sense and should sunset, and give the future generation in a term-limited legislature the opportunity to review it. We are all term-limited. Why are our bills living on beyond us even when they're bad policy bills? That's the question I would ask. I ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Silva.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every time this body raises taxes, we have a larger section of our population that goes in the gray economy, and they quit paying taxes. You want to get your hair done, you want to buy carpet, you want to get your car worked on, you pay cash, and you'll pay less than the guy that is putting on his credit card or writing a check. You talk about fairness. This state should be looking at the people that aren't paying taxes. When we raise the taxes, we're penalizing the honest people, and we're letting the cheats get away. So if you're really concerned about fairness, I think we have to start looking at the people that are scamming the system every time we raise taxes.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, I must rise in opposition to this measure. It strikes me as just a little bit hypocritical that the body who called for temporary taxes last year and now a long-term sustainability of those taxes again this year would be so quick to move on tax credits. Members, we are in a situation here where the majority party has taken us on a ride, a vacation, if you will. And their final destination was allegedly going to be good economic sense. It was going to be a strong business economy. And you know what they've told us instead? Don't worry, there's no reason to be alarmed, and we hope you enjoy the flight. By the way, does anyone know how to fly this plane? And it's freaking me out to think that we're going to be in a situation where we fundamentally ignore both sides of an equation that have to be balanced to make this economy work. Members, we cannot talk seriously about the elimination of tax credits unless we're having a serious discussion about the elimination of existing taxes. I strongly urge your no vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Ms. Skinner, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this was an illustrative discussion on the floor. I'd like to kind of bring it again back to some facts, and also to why I agreed to floor jockey this bill and why I support it. My support of this bill is much more in line with the comments by Assemblymember Calderon. Just in the same way that we can only spend so much money, depending on what our budgetary situation is, it would make common sense that we would only have the ability to, in effect, provide so much credit in terms of our tax expenditures. And if we want to be able to provide tax expenditures to other activities, to promote that activity in the state, whether it's an economic development activity or other, and we only have a limited pot for which to do so, if we have the ability to evaluate the existing ones and whether they're effective, it gives us a little more room. It gives us the same pie, which is a shrinking pie, of course, to be able to extend towards, say, for Assemblymember Calderon's example, a Fortune 200 company, which is very difficult for us to do now. The difficulty with tax expenditures, if we compare it to program expenditures, is program expenditures are in the budget. We see them when we review the budget. We don't see our tax expenditures. So by virtue of having a sunset and having a methodology, we can then, at the point where they are sunsetted, if we know that they have been an asset to the state and they have produced the results for which we enacted them, we can continue them. And if they aren't, then we have the ability to take that same, in effect, revenue or expenditure and direct it elsewhere to produce the kind of, hopefully, economic stimulus intent that we may have. That's the purpose of this bill, and I would ask for your aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Ms. Skinner moves the call. File item 212, SB 1322. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1322 by Senator Liu, an act relating to public social services.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. SB 1322 brings more uniformity to the minimum work requirements for participation in the federal food stamp program and allows Californians to meet those work requirements by volunteering for a public or private nonprofit agency. SB 1322 will allow participants to meet their work requirements, continue to receive food stamp assistance, and build or strengthen their work experience during economic times and when paying jobs are extremely difficult to obtain, all at no cost to the state, of course. This measure is broadly supported by various human services and anti-hunger organizations. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 12. Measure passes. File item 216, SB 1462. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1462 by Senator Padilla, an act relating to telecommunications.
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SB 1462 by Senator Padilla is a measure to ensure that California maintains state leadership on broadband. When the Federal Communications Commission released the National Broadband Plan on March 16th of this year, it set in motion many proposals with the common goal of bringing the economic benefits of high-speed internet access to all citizens. This bill will establish in state government the California Broadband Council to achieve several goals. Maximize California's opportunities for federal funds under the new National Broadband Plan, increase coordination of state resources for broadband networks, ensure that the broadband deployment and adoption by all Californians remains a top priority with no lapse in leadership as our state transitions to a new governor. At this critical time, members, we must ensure that California is well positioned to participate in implementation of the National Broadband Plan and to maximize our opportunities for federal dollars. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Delatorre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of this measure. Having this broadband access will help people receive all of the benefits of the internet in rural and urban areas, and at some point we can all say domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. I rise in support of this measure.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Hold on. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 41, noes 18. Measure passes. File item 225. 225, SB 798. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 798 by Senator DeSaulnier, an act relating to before and after school programs.
Mr. Torlakson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this has to do with the after-school programs in California's 21st Century Community Learning Centers. This will target new money towards summer learning. We know that the gap during summer, the gap between academic instruction that occurs in many parts of California because of all the budget cutbacks is severely hurting student progress. And this bill would target new federal money that goes into the 21st Century Learning after-school programs towards those summer learning experiences. I urge an aye vote for this thoughtful measure.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 41, noes 16. Measure passes. File item 226, SB 812. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 812 by Senator Ashburn, an act relating to housing.
Mr. Bell.
Madam Speaker and members, SB 812 requires cities and counties to make a diligent effort when developing their housing elements to obtain and assess and analyze appropriate information on the housing needs of individuals with developmental disabilities. It is a clarification of the existing legal requirement that local governments undertake an analysis of the special housing needs of persons with disabilities. Bill received no votes in either house. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 59, no 0. Measure passes. File item 229, SB 930. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 930 by Senator DeCheney and others, an act relating to pupil assessments.
Mr. Cotto.
Yes, Madam Speaker and members, this bill would require that by July the 1st of 2013, English learner primary language assessments and their results are included in any future change to the state's assessment system or for any change to the state and federal accountability systems. Schools and teachers are currently unfairly penalized by having to measure academic performance in English for students who do not speak English. The data is inaccurate, invalid, and unreliable. Members, this bill would allow English learners to demonstrate their mastery of content standards. It also allows school scores to more accurately reflect student performance. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 41, noes 24. Measure passes. File item 231, SB 1066. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1066 by Senator Oropesa, an act relating to corrections.
Mr. Amiano.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. SB 1066 requires the Departments of Corrections and Rehabilitation to conduct at least one random search of all employees and vendors entering a prison per month for the purpose of finding contraband, especially cell phones. The bill would also require the Office of Inspector General to oversee these searches. As recent as March 31st in the Sacramento Bee, a story explained that bringing in contraband can be lucrative. One employee was paid $1,500 by an inmate to bring in cell phones. This bill has received bipartisan support. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 66, noes 0. Measure passes. File item 234, SB 1125. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1125 by Senator Flores, an act relating to gaming.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. SB 1125 amends the Gambling Control Act by clarifying that jackpot funds are to be held in trust for players and are not the property of the gaming establishment. The measure is additionally clarifies responsible parties if a gaming establishment offers a legal game that is later deemed unlawful. There is no opposition to this bill. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 55, no 0. Measure passes. File item 237, SB 1157. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1157 by Senator DeSaulnier, an act relating to pesticides.
Mr. Monning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. SB 1157 by Senator DeSaulnier establishes the Healthy Schools Act of 2010, which would create precautionary measures to protect the health and safety of California school children and teachers in order to ensure a safer learning and working environment. Under current law, in accordance with the Healthy Schools Act of 2000, schools voluntarily participate in integrated pest management programs that focus on using the least amount of hazardous pest management or pesticides. SB 1157 takes the Healthy Schools Act of 2000 one step further by requiring schools to adopt integrated pest management policies and practices by January 1st, 2014. Children are more vulnerable to environmental hazards than adults, and because they typically spend 6 to 8 hours each day in school, we must protect them from exposure to harmful chemicals during that time. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because it takes away the flexibility of local school districts to best address their pest control problems on their own. The existing integrated pest management plans, or IPM plans, are voluntary for a reason. Currently, the IPMs are too expensive to implement or are not the right fit for the given circumstances facing a school. Then the school retains the flexibility to either not adopt or deviate from the IPM as necessary. It's the fundamental facet of local control, a principle that I know a lot of members of this chamber wholeheartedly support. So I don't understand why the legislature is again presuming that it's all-knowing. This measure established yet another one-size-fits-all mandate on local schools to deal with a problem they are already empowered to address. The bill ignores the fact that school buildings and the regions they are located in are often very dissimilar. A school in inner city Los Angeles may face a very different pest problem than a school in Central Valley or North Coast. Let us also remember that the Department of Pesticide Regulation already assists schools with the implementation of voluntary pest management plans, which let the schools retain their authority to determine what pest control solutions are best suited for their individual circumstances. I urge your no vote.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Vice Chair of Toxics, I strongly oppose this bill. Current law already provides the tools and encouragement for school districts to adopt a plan to control these pesticides. Requiring these plans adds compliance and enforcement costs, even for those school districts that have already adopted plans tailored to their specific needs. I strongly urge a no vote.
Dr. Fuller.
Members, I urge your opposition to this because even though it seems like a great idea, as a school superintendent, one of the problems I had was trying to keep pests out of my building. And there were 2 schools that continue, out of 43 schools that I managed, had continual problems in their cafeteria with cockroaches. And so I kept going and asking the staff why we couldn't get rid of the cockroaches. And they kept saying that they'd done everything that was required. And so that was, they have to notify every parent before they're ever going to spray, at least a week in advance. There's a whole list of sprays and things that they can't use. They all have big plans because they don't want to be sued. So finally I went to the cafeterias to see what the staff was complaining about, and I personally captured 3 cockroaches and brought them back to the facilities management's desk. And that's an example of when we legislate from here, we can't determine what all of those circumstances are. 2 out of 43 schools needed to do something different than was allowed. I ask you to give the superintendents and the elected board of trustees who hear about every cockroach in every building the opportunity to make these decisions. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or debate, Mr. Monning, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, let me just be clear. What this bill seeks to do is to require school districts to implement an integrated pest management program. Under the voluntary system, many school districts haven't done it. We have 15 of the largest school districts using 54 pesticides with active ingredients known as suspected carcinogens, reproductive or developmental toxins, endocrine disruptors, and acute toxins. All we're saying is that school districts should be reviewing what chemicals are being used on the school ground and implement an IPM program. It should no longer be voluntary, but it allows the school district working with experts to figure out what's the best plan for that school district. We're not prescribing what chemicals should be used. We're just saying let's watch out for the health and safety of our kids, our teachers, and our school employees. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 22. Measure passes. File item 242, SB 56. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 56 by Senator Alquist, an act relating to health plans.
Mr. Monning, are you ready on this bill? Mr. Monning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, SB 56 by Senator Alquist. A key goal of health care reform is providing better and more affordable health care coverage choices, and local county health plans, such as Medi-Cal local initiatives and county organized health system plans, have the potential to be a cost-effective coverage option, especially for small businesses and low-income Californians. These local plans are already providing cost-effective health care coverage to Medi-Cal beneficiaries and children in the Healthy Families Program, so they have the capability to serve the broader insurance market. SB 56 will achieve this by providing the authority for these plans to combine their operations and offer coverage on a broader regional or statewide basis through the establishment of joint ventures. These joint ventures will have to meet the same regulatory requirements that other commercial health plans have to meet, thus ensuring that there is a level playing field among health care providers. SB 56 will expand the number of health care choices Californians have, as well as improve the type of health care coverage provided. Recent amendments remove the opposition of the County Medical Services Program, and I respectfully request an aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 43, noes 22. Measure passes. Fall item 246, SB 1440. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1440 by Senator Padilla, an act relating to public post-secondary education.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Today, 1 in 4 jobs require an AA degree or higher. In the near future, 1 in 3 jobs will have such a requirement. Today, the situation is even worse, with universities capping enrollment, raising fees, and students flooding our community colleges. SB 1440 is the solution for students in California. This bill would create a clear and concise BA or BS degree pathway for community college students who are seeking to transfer to a 4-year university. And last year, I introduced AB 440, the College Student Success Act, but was stalled in the Senate Education Committee. This bill, SB 1440, is the evolution of that legislation. Specifically, this bill will mandate that California community colleges create AA degrees for transfer to CSU, California State Universities, with areas of emphasis, and guarantee admissions to the CSU as a junior to the California community college student that meets certain requirements, and precludes the California community college system from requiring additional courses for this degree, and assures that the transfer students will graduate with 120 semester units or 180 quarter units, with the exception of certain majors. And currently, when a student qualifies for transfer, they rarely earn an AA degree in the process, even though most courses are required for the same or both. The California community colleges students are placed in a position of having to choose between transferring to a 4-year institution immediately versus taking additional times and additional courses to receive an AA degree. This bill allows students to fulfill both objectives at the same time. If we streamline the transfer pathway, we will maximize the state investment in higher education. The Chancellor's Office of both the California community colleges and the California State Universities estimate they will save between $75 and $85 million. The bill has received bipartisan unanimous support thus far. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Torlakson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this legislation and want to commend the author and our Assemblymember Jim Bell for working on this. There are so many frustrated students, so many frustrated parents, that the articulation between the various levels, the ability to move swiftly with paying fewer fees and tuition dollars, with taking fewer classes to get to the goal, this seamless approach that's articulated here is great. And again, I commend Assemblymember Bell for pioneering the work in this area and being concerned about this for several years and seeing this legislation forward along with Senator Padilla.
Mr. DeLeon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to commend and give a special recognition to Assemblymember Jim Bill. I know he introduced this measure last year, AB 440, and unfortunately was caught up in some other collateral damage that had nothing to do with this gentleman. But nonetheless, I want to thank you, Mr. Jim Bell, because this is a very important measure. Like I co-authored this measure last year, as Mr. Padilla is trying to do, is just streamline this process for community college students so they can get to a Cal State University system much sooner, quicker, in a much more efficient manner that guarantees them a spot. So again, congratulations to Mr. Padilla when he gets his bill off the floor back to the Senate. And again, congratulations to Mr. Jim Bell, who authored this measure, similar AB 440 last year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hagman. Mr. Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I do rise in support of this bill as well. I know all of us have had constituent calls into our district offices, and especially with the resources and the availability for students to get into our different campuses, it's so important that we be as efficient as possible. I had one constituent, Dick Diggler, that came in one time, and he ended up taking up 3 different classes that he took in one semester. Over 3/4 of his courses they had to retake when he went into the next class. So I definitely urge your aye vote on this.
Mr. Fong.
I stand in support of SB 1440. This legislation is long overdue and necessary. It will assist and streamline the community college students' transfer process. This clear pathway will not only improve the community college transfer rate, it will save the state money and help California meet the workforce needs of the future. I'm a proud co-author of SB 1440, as is the Speaker and the Speaker Pro Tem. I am carrying legislation as both complementary and contingent on this bill. I have enjoyed working with Senator Padilla to ensure that transfer reform is truly intersegmental and student-centered, and I applaud him for his efforts. Please join me in supporting this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Ruskin.
I want to join in urging support for SB 1440. This is a very important reform for our state system of higher education. The work done in the Master Plan Committee to review the Master Plan for Higher Education pointed out very clearly the need for this reform.
Mr. DeVore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of this measure. I note with interest that the floor manager deployed numerous statistics in bolstering his case, and I note with interest that 60% of the time it works every time on this floor to pass a bill.
So I believe everybody supported the bill. Therefore, seeing no questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 63, no 0. Measure passes. File item 248, SB 145. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 145 by Senator DeSaulnier, an act relating to workers' compensation.
Mr. Solorio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill is a simple bill designed to end discrimination against injured workers on the basis of their race, gender, age, or genetic predisposition. Employers are required to compensate employees for permanent disability resulting from a work injury, but not for a disability that is unrelated to work. The process of differentiating between work-related and non-work-related disability is called apportionment. Benefits should not be apportioned, that is reduced, because the injured worker is Latino or female or African American or an older worker with a condition that has never affected his or her job performance. But this is exactly what is occurring because some doctors are focusing on risk factors rather than actual medical conditions. SB 145 prohibits this unfair discrimination in determining benefits for permanently disabled workers, and I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote.
It's okay. No, please.
Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 41, noes 26. Measure passes. File item 252, SB 1392. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1392 by Senator Steinberg, an act relating to mental health.
Mr. Monning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In communities throughout California, people with acute mental health needs are showing up in emergency rooms instead of at mental health programs where they would receive more appropriate and more cost-effective care. Now more than ever, we need to improve the efficiency of state administrative processes to distribute funding for these critical services. SB 1392 streamlines the distribution of Mental Health Services Act and Mental Health Managed Care funds. For each program, it replaces multiple funding distributions with a single lump sum funding distribution each year. These improvements will enable counties to prevent avoidable budget cuts to community mental health services. Amendments taken in Assembly Appropriations remove the continuous appropriation and clarify that the state retains its authority to approve, deny, and request more information of a county's Mental Health Services Act plan or update to maintain state oversight. This is supported by the Association of Mental Health Directors throughout the state of California and the National Mental Health Alliance. I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, noes 6. Measure passes. File item 247, SB 991. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 991 by Senator Wolk, an act relating to flood control and making appropriation therefore.
Ms. Huber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SB 991 provides $13 million in Proposition 1E funding to strengthen levees and enhance the sustainability of the Delta. SB 991 also directs DWR to complete evaluations of levees that protect communities in the Delta and consider multi-benefit flood bypass projects. Delta levees are a critical link to protecting communities, the fragile Delta ecosystem, and water conveyances. SB 991 will ensure that much-needed improvements are implemented to strengthen levees and protect the state's resources in the Delta. I urge your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 48, noes 22. Measure passes. File item 260, SB 76. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 76 by Senator Leno, an act relating to inmates and declaring an urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Ms. Huber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, SB 76 would correct an inadvertent drafting error in how sentencing credits are applied to county jail inmates by last year's SB X 318, which took effect in January of this year. By extending 1 day of credit for every day served, the measure led to the early release of hundreds of jail inmates days after it went into effect. SBX 318 was intended to apply to state inmates, not to counties that weren't even going to state time. SB 76 conforms the local jail credit structure to the original intent of SBX 1318, Third Special Session, SB 18. As proposed to be amended, SB 76 is supported by the California State Sheriff's Association, the California Police Chiefs Association, California Peace Officers Association, and many more. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further questions or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 69, noes 1. Measure passes. On the urgency, ayes 69, noes 1. On the measure, measure passes. Okay, members, we're going to go around to the concurrence items again on the items that we passed on the first round, starting with file item number 2, AB 1809. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1809 by Assemblymember Smythe, an act relating to home inspections.
Mr. Smythe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 1809 simply authorizes individuals to request a home energy rating system or HERS audit performed by a HERS certified home inspector as part of a home inspection. Senate amendments were a result of work conducted with the Energy Commission to clarify the intent of the measure, as well as take care of any issue raised by the California Association of Realtors. No opposition to the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing or hearing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those voters desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 68, noes 0. Measure is adopted. File item 2, AB 1809. File item 11, AB 498, Ms. Hayashi. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 498 by Assemblymember Hayashi, an act relating to vehicles.
Ms. Hayashi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Senate amendments to AB 498 require the Department of Motor Vehicles, in consultation with the Department of Veteran Affairs, to redesign the XPOW license plate for former American prisoners of war. The bill is sponsored by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing or hearing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those voters who desire to vote. All those voters who desire to vote. All those voters who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 72, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Move to file item 24, AB 1821 by Ms. Mock. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1821 by Assemblymember Ma, an act relating to public employees retirement system.
Ms. Ma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, AB 1821 is back for concurrence. AB 1821 will merge members and assets of CalPERS 1959 survivor benefit programs and eliminate the $2 required monthly employee premium. The public agency pool consists of 5 benefit levels, and in 2008, actuarial valuations show that the first and second levels have large surpluses. Because statute requires program assets to be used only for payment of 1959 survivor benefits, AB 1821 will merge the members and assets in the first and second levels into the third level pool and eliminate the $2 required monthly employee premium in the third level pool as long as the pool has surplus assets in excess of 200% of total liabilities. This bill is sponsored by CalPERS and supported by the California State Sheriff's Association. Respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those voters desire to vote. All those voters desire to vote. All those voters who desire to vote. All those voters who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 46, noes 22. Senate amendments are concurred in. Moving to 544, AB 655 by Mr. Emerson. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 655 by former Assembly members Emerson, presented by Assemblymember Cook, an act relating to self-services storage facilities.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another Senator / Assemblymember Emerson bill. Lately, I've been carrying so many Emerson bills, I feel like a member of the Swedish tag team. This AB 655 strengthens the California Self-Service Storage Facility Act, which provides self-storage operators with legal remedies for dealing with occupants who do not pay their rent. Senate amendments give self-storage operators the ability to file suit in small claims court when enforcing a lien on the occupant's property. This would reduce the expensive court costs incurred by both operators and occupants when filing suit in Superior Court, which is required under current law. Senate amendments also require occupants to provide a valid address on a declaration of opposition to lien sale, and if none is provided, the declaration of opposition will be invalid. AB 655 helps both the occupant and operator by strengthening the declaration and reducing the associated court costs. There's been no opposition, and I ask for your aye vote, please.
Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those voters desire to vote. All those desire to vote. All those voters desire to vote. All those voters desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 72, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. 553, AB 2129 by Mr. Emerson. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2191 by former Assemblymember Emerson, presented by Assemblymember Cook, an act relating to the healing arts.
Ms. Hayashi.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook. Is this yours? Oh, you switched with Ms. Hayashi. Very well. Ms. Hayashi.
Thank you.
Without objection.
Okay, we heard you. Mr. Speaker and members, thank you. AB 2191 requires the Board of Behavioral Sciences to issue a retiree professional license to marriage and family therapist, educational psychologist, clinical social worker, or professional clinical counselor who holds a current license or a license eligible for renewal. Senate amendments clarify the process a retiree license would have to undertake to get an active license to practice. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those voters desire to vote. All those voters desire to vote. All members vote desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 62, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Move to 557, AB 2300 by Mr. Emerson. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2300 by former Assemblymember Emerson, presented by Assemblymember Hayashi, an act relating to genetic counselors.
Ms. Hayashi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. AB 2300 requires the Department of Public Health to issue temporary genetic counselor licenses to those who meet the requirements. The Senate amendments require Department of Public Health beginning July 1st, 2011 to issue interim genetic counselor licenses based on criteria until regulations are finalized. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those voters who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those voters desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 66, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Move to file item 63, AB 2667 by Mr. Hill. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2667 by Assemblymember Hill, an act relating to vehicles.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill has received bipartisan support and no opposition. Senate amendments were technical. Current law requires hospitals to notify parents about existing safety seat requirements. Children under 60 pounds or 6 years of age must use a safety seat restraint system. AB 2667 simply expands this notification to include information about where parents can go for free inspections for their child's safety seats. I ask for your aye vote on the amendments.
Seeing here no debate discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those voters desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Aye 63, no 0. Said amendment concurred in. We'll move to item 56.